was Emmy. We're live.
We're live?
Yeah.
Is it time to get started?
I think so.
Do you think people are looking at the backs of our heads
Probably.
wondering, is this really happening?
3, 2, 1, let's
Okay.
do it. Go. Hi.
Hey! And that's what you get with volunteer co-hosts.
That is the most professional thing we've done today, right here. Welcome to New Hampshire Gives. So happy to see you. What a day and what a 24 hours we have in store, because what is going to happen today because of you watching at home or wherever you may be watching is going to make the difference in the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in New Hampshire.
Yeah, for the next 24 hours, we're going to do the very best we can to raise a lot of money for New Hampshire area nonprofits of all shapes and sizes, all types of backgrounds. Really, they are the threads of the fabric of our state of New Hampshire. People that really rally together for a number of different causes to do things for families, for people, for the environment. And this is one really unique opportunity to spend the next 24 hours letting people know we're doing this so that they can give. It's a really wonderful effort.
And what we hope that you'll do is, obviously you're tuning in, you know about the organizations, you have an organization that is close to your heart that you want to help. What we'd like to ask you to do is spread the word, is maybe reach out to your family and your friends and let them know that this is a 24-hour opportunity, where there are 590 nonprofits that are available to you to give to. So no matter what cause is close to your heart, something that you experienced in life, or maybe an organization that you have dealt with in the past that has helped you with a myriad of different things, you can give to them over the next 24 hours. And now more than ever, this is probably the biggest day of the year, the only day in the year when your money gets stretched farther than any other day in any other charitable giving situation this year.
That's right. In fact, we'll have Kristen Oliveri from New Hampshire Charitable Foundation to talk about the bonus dollars and the extra money that's going to be there that will help fuel this good feeling of giving that we're going to do for the next 24 hours. Now, Greg and I are going to be here from 5 until 9 tonight, broadcasting live here on the web. So, like he said, what we really want you to do is spread the word that this is happening. Let people know in your world. Give them a text. Tell them to check out nhgives.org. And really, this is all about you. The minimum donation is only $5. And what we want you to do is just give what feels good to you. But spread the word that this is going on right now, because this is one of those times of years for a lot of nonprofits that it tends to be a bit of a slowdown for fundraising. So this is really one of those wonderful opportunities to make sure that the many nonprofits that are helping us every single day have the resources necessary to continue their good work.
And the thing about it is, like Scott mentioned, 590 nonprofit organizations in New Hampshire that are the fabric of our communities. No matter who you are, no matter how well you are off, or how great your life is, how wealthy or not wealthy you are, you know people close to you that have engaged these nonprofits for one reason or another. There are issues all across the state that are being served by these nonprofits, and many of them are done, privately, and I've done a lot of work with raising money to help feed families in need, and a lot of those problems are invisible ones. This is a great day for you to be able to give your money and have it doubled today, and it's for the next, like we said, 24 hours. There is a $1.4 million in bonus pool and matching funds money over the next 24 hours that you and especially the agencies can benefit from, so your dollar goes further than ever.
I mean, it's fantastic. And as a quick refresher for last year, so 2021, we had more than 14,000 individual donors. We had 584 nonprofits, so we're even slightly higher than that this year, which goes to how successful this was last year, but how much the need is out there as well. 590 this year, but we had 14,000 individual donors, and we raised almost $4 million thanks to your generosity. So what we're hoping to do is get the band back together, if you will, and just spread the word to let people know this is happening. And it really is all as simple as clicking on a website. nhgives.org, and as you can tell, because you're here with us right now, if you look at the website, there's the menu board up on top. You have an incentives button. The menu button will give you all kinds of options to explain the bonus program and to really review all the many different organizations that can benefit from your generosity.
He's so good. He's so good. I want to say, personally, though, last year was my first year, being a part of this, and I learned a lot. And I've done a lot of work through the years through the radio show and the radio station with a lot of nonprofit organizations, and I still learned a lot. I learned about some of the organizations that are here within the boundaries of New Hampshire doing great work that I didn't even know about. So this is not only is it a chance for you to give to who you care about, the agencies that mean something to you, it is also a chance for you to learn about the great work that's being done all across New Hampshire by thousands and thousands and thousands of volunteers who really want to make a difference in our neighborhoods. And that's another bonus of it. So it's a very special day. Welcome, and let's go to the website and start making it click, because we got some work to do.
Let's do this.
Yes.
And so this entire operation, what you're seeing on your computer screen or your TV screen right now, is really the work of weeks and months of effort that's spearheaded by the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits. And our president and CEO of the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits, Kathleen Reen, joins us live on the set. And Kathleen, congratulations.
Yeah.
We're here again. 364 days
Something
later,
like
is that what it
very
was?
close, yes.
It's just
Right.
fantastic.
Right.
Now, this is year 6 of this operation. Year seven of this
yes.
operation. So tell us how you're feeling as we get started and what it took to get us to this place right now.
Well, like you said, I feel really great. We've already got 590 nonprofits participating. They've raised a lot of matching gifts already, and we know it's going to be a great day because we're going to raise awareness and visibility for nonprofits and engage people in this. So it's, as you said, it takes a lot to get here, a lot of help and support from sponsors and volunteers, but we're feeling great.
And we've talked a lot, we just mentioned a little bit about stretching your dollar further. Look, everybody knows the times that we're living in with gas prices being what they are, which makes it, I think, all the more important to utilize a situation like this in the organizations and the matching funds and the bonus pools that we have to make their dollar stretch further, right?
Yeah, and one of the things that's great about New Hampshire Gives is you can see that you're part of something bigger than yourself, right? We'll see the leaderboards, we'll see other champions, we'll see names of people contributing. It's like the most participatory kind of event that I've ever been a part of, where you really can see where giving a little can make a lot of difference.
I was thinking about you last year after this finished, and all the volunteers that were here. And I was driving home, and I was thinking, man, that felt really good, right? And for me to just come in and do this and help out, but I mean, for you, it's a year-long thing, and this project takes months and months, like Scott said, to to build it and to make it what it has become. Talk to me about what you were feeling last year when you left. Because I got to imagine your heart was full.
Well, every year I feel just so excited. I said to folks, it's like being a kid at Christmas the day before, just waiting for the anticipation of what amazing generosity we'll see and how the nonprofits will rally, how they'll have their volunteers rally. It's your heart is really big.
So this started in 2016, and you raised about $188,000 the first time around. We just talked about last year at $3.8 million.
Yeah.
It's incredible. What kind of feedback are you getting from the nonprofit community after the dust settles on something like this from last year and the difference that it's making? What are they saying to you?
So many organizations have built this into their fundraising plans, and especially starting in 2020 when many fundraising events were shut down, organizations really said this was a lifeboat for them in that year, and it continues to be a really important thing for them to not only raise funds, but many of them are using it to get new donors, to engage their board, engage volunteers. So it's a big deal.
I think it's great. Could you take a minute, too, and explain what the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits does as a mission? Because we probably have a lot of people tuning in that are tuning in for a specific purpose, for a specific nonprofit, and may not really know what backbone operations you provide to the many nonprofits in New Hampshire.
Sure. So the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits is a membership organization, and we exist to strengthen and give voice to nonprofits. So we provide a lot of training, educational resources, and programs to help, whether it's volunteers or the board members or staff, really manage their organization, govern their organization. And we do things like New Hampshire Gives to provide visibility about nonprofits. So
we have a slightly larger number of nonprofits involved this year than last year. Is the number of nonprofits growing in the Granite State?
It's growing a little bit.
Right.
I mean, there's about 8,500 nonprofits that are based in New Hampshire and providing services in New Hampshire. It's been pretty consistent over the last several years.
One of the things that I found through the work that I do is that there's always people that think well, it's a tough year, charitable giving is down across the United States, here's a survey, here's that. But I've always found, and I think it's evidence that you have too, that when it comes to the people in the Granite State in New England, if you ask them to take care of their neighbors, they're just looking for a way to do it and do it easily. And here today, you have 590 nonprofits that you can choose from without even leaving the house.
That's great.
And we make it easy and put it right in front of you, and you can stretch your dollar further, like I said, than ever before. Ask them to do it, and they will do it. I've always found that about New Hampshire residents. They take care of their own.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we're always blown away by the generosity. I mean, and even if you look at the matches people have already contributed, the people that have stepped up to be fundraising champions, people want to help.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And this is
We're
the
going to
way
have
to
you
do it.
back,
All right.
right? So don't go anywhere.
We might just call you and say, come on back. We
Come
might do
on
that.
back.
Because,
Happy to do that.
Kathleen,
Okay.
thanks for all that you've done.
Great.
Excellent.
Thank you. Thanks for having
So
us.
Greg, we're only about 5 minutes away from the donation window formally and officially opening. And
Okay.
you mentioned the bonus pool before, which is a really critical element of this entire thing. So you can see where I'm going with this.
I know where you are.
conversation.
And I just motioned the
I saw
lovely
that.
lady over to
I love that.
to sit beside you.
This is how we roll. Look at her; she's hiding
I
from
know,
us.
I love
This
that.
is. Oh, are you going to do the spin intro?
There
oh,
it is.
perfect.
Oh, I
there
like
we go.
that.
Oh,
I
she
like
gives us
that.
the 360. That's perfect.
Kristen Oliveri.
Kristen Oliveri from the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation
Hi,
joins
guys.
us. It's great to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Congratulations on all that you've done with these contributions to getting this online and up and running, and way to go. We're very proud of you.
Well, I'm proud of New Hampshire. I'm proud of all of the volunteers. It's just, I'm so excited to be a part of this.
That's great. Can we take a couple minutes, because we only have a few before the donations open.
Right.
This bonus pool concept, can you walk us through how it's going to work for the next 24 hours so people understand it?
Absolutely. And we went this way this year to keep it simple for everybody. So last year we had lots of matches to announce throughout the night, and people had to plan out their evening. You can do whatever you want this evening. You can give at any time, and your donation will be stretched.
Great.
So essentially, the more you give to nonprofits, the more they earn, the more they'll take home from the bonus pool. So if a nonprofit earns a total of 2% of everything raised over the 24 hours of New Hampshire Gives, they'll take home 2% of that bonus pool. So every donation helps that nonprofit to
That's
take more
fantastic.
home.
And you've done some of it geographically as well, right? There's other
Sure.
little pieces to this?
Yep, so we have $200,000 for the statewide bonus pool. We have $25,000 for North Country nonprofits and $15,000 for Upper Valley nonprofits.
That's great. That's
That is-
fantastic.
That is, because
great.
not only, I mean, like I was just talking about how territorial we are within the state, but people in their own home area, they want to give to the organizations that are there close to them, and that makes perfect sense. And that allows them to do that and even stretch their money even further, which is great.
Talk to us a little bit about the role that the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation plays in New Hampshire, because I know what you do, and there's a lot of role that's very important that's played by the foundation that really is again, like the center, in many ways it's a backbone financing operation for a lot of good that goes on in New Hampshire.
Sure. So the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation is New Hampshire's statewide community foundation. So I'm sure folks have heard of the Ford Foundation or the Gates Foundation,
Yeah.
which is a foundation set up by a family. A community foundation has funds from generous folks across the state. So we have about 2,000 funds, and we manage those charitable funds, and that allows us to grant out about $60 million a year in grants to nonprofits and scholarships to students.
That's a major difference maker,
It
$60
is.
million. And I mean, if it wasn't for a charitable cause, it would probably be like an investment type firm with what you're doing and holding on to these grants and managing the money and making sure that you stretch those resources.
And it's all possible because of the generosity of Granite Staters from across the state over the last 60 years contributing so we could help out these organizations in that way.
It's
When
fantastic.
you talk about money of that magnitude, some of these organizations, and like I said, I deal with, the food bank and various ones that help feed people in need. They can stretch that money, right? $5 becomes a meal or 2 meals, because of their buying power. So when you talk numbers like that, not just with the food crisis that there may be in New Hampshire, but there's so many other causes that benefit way beyond what you can imagine. Your $20 can change somebody's life really change and maybe even save their life. And that's not an exaggeration. That's experience that I've heard and talked to people who are like, that money makes such a big difference. The people on the working end, the tip of the spear, so to speak, in these agencies wish that you could see the difference that your $5, $10, $15, $20, $100 makes. It is so heartwarming that New Hampshire responds the way that they do.
How does it make you feel?
Oh my God, I'm nervous.
Right.
But I'm excited. I'm excited because I know New Hampshire will show up for all of these amazing organizations that are participating, and I can't wait to see what we all do over the next 24 hours.
It's going to be great. And as I'm looking at the clock, I think we've got another 10 seconds or so, and then the donation window will officially be open. So
Great
we
to
are
see you.
now live. nhgives.org, the 24 hours of giving is now officially underway. And
People are calling to tell me that we're live and we look great. It's amazing. I'm sorry about that. I had it shut off. I don't know what the problem is. My
That's
bad.
okay. They're still pushing through. So again, Greg and I are going to be here with you from 5 o'clock until 9 o'clock tonight live. We'll be here again tomorrow to wrap up the 24 hours. But we're really, really excited that you can join us. Now, right now, you can jump onto the website. Remember, you can get up on the menu key and the incentives key. Just, look around a little bit. Hunt around so that you can see what's going on. Kristen did a beautiful job of explaining the bonus pool and the incentives that are out there. We've got a lot of money that's already on the table that will be matched to your donation. So check it out, and then remember, 590 different nonprofit organizations are standing by at this point waiting for your generosity.
Yeah, no matter what cause interests you or what organizations in your town or area, there's going to be someone right next to you that you could make a difference for. So go to the website, make a donation, and we'll get this thing rolling.
And throughout the course of the evening tonight, we're going to be able to highlight a number of those nonprofits that are truly worthy. I mean, 590 different stories, it's almost impossible to tell over 24 hours. So we've tried to cherry pick some of the examples of some that you may have heard of that are well-known household organizations, and others that maybe you've never heard of before, because to me, that's sort of the point. We want to make sure that you understand the depth and the breadth of all the nonprofit activity that's going on in the state of New Hampshire.
I get the feeling Mary Jo wants to yell something at us. I'm
Mary
not
Jo,
exactly
just
sure.
scream at us. Mary Jo.
We're already at $7,000.
We're already at $7,000.
$7,000. Thank
That's
you,
you.
Mary Jo. That's Mary Jo Brown, who's
That's you,
one of
ladies
the
and gentlemen.
chief
Fabulous Mary Jo Brown.
organizers. Yes.
Right there.
We're over 10?
That's you.
Look
That's
at
the
that.
difference
See,
you're
and it's
making.
just moving that fast.
And we're just getting started.
Yeah.
So we'd love to have you give as soon as you can, but take your time, navigate the website, become familiar with it, see the options that you have.
Yeah.
And like Scott said, 590 to choose from. There's a lot there, but whatever means the most to you, please do give whatever you can.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think, to say thank you this early seems appropriate, but we can't thank you enough, because we know that by the time this is done, there will be a substantial amount of donations that will have been tallied and given to a lot of different really cool causes.
And we do have, I think we have some prize announcements too throughout the course of the night. We got some coming up in just a little bit, as a matter of fact.
And in fact, we're also jotting down names of people that are giving randomly, because we love to do the shout outs.
Right.
So, if you are so interested, put that thing down there, send us some kind of a note to let us know that you'd like your name read.
Right.
We'll get out there.
Can we show them? Is it time to show them the video? Can we show them the Together We Give video?
We're getting a thumbs up.
Special
from
music
Ben.
video here that we'd like to start the evening off with. So without any further ado, Together We Give.
Together we live, together, together we give. Get ready to give, ready, set, give. Together we can do this. Together we live, together Hampshire Gives. Get ready to give. Ready, set, give. Together we can do this. Together we give. Together we stand. Together we give a helping hand. Together we give. Together we stand. Together we give a helping hand. Together we give. Together we stand. Together we give a helping hand.
Just awesome.
Eric Ott, by the way, doing a great job with that song. Had a real San Francisco Haight-Ashbury feel to it. I love it. I love it.
Who's the radio DJ in the
Laurel
room
Canyon,
right now?
man, represent. Way to go, Eric. Nice
Good
job.
stuff.
Nice
love,
job.
love that video. And we'll show it to you a few more times before
Right.
we're done with this 24-hour run.
Right. I will say that we are coming to you live from the New Hampshire Public Broadcasting System studios in Durham, New Hampshire, and they've done a wonderful job with it, obviously. So thank you very, very much. A round of applause for our
Yes,
New Hampshire Public
absolutely.
Broadcasting.
Yes, thank you, Peter Frid.
In addition to being participating nonprofit, New Hampshire PBS has partnered with the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits for the past 2 years to produce New Hampshire Gives live stream, which is a great way to share nonprofit stories and raise awareness, which we've been telling you about. And we deeply appreciate New Hampshire PBS's commitment to supporting all the nonprofits during this day. So thank you very much to NHPBS.
And before we do some prize announcements, we've got a little video presentation from our friends with PBS. Why don't we roll that now?
At New Hampshire PBS, we know that the magic of storytelling comes alive when imaginations soar. As we look to the future with a renewed sense of purpose, New Hampshire PBS will forge ahead, expanding initiatives in education, civic engagement, and exploration. Our commitment to education runs deep. We will continue to offer supportive resources for parents, teachers, and students, inspiring the next generation to innovate and imagine. New Hampshire PBS is your storyteller. It's our strength. We will continue our quest to reach into small towns and bustling cities in the Granite State, gathering diverse stories that define us. We will highlight New Hampshire's high school students as they challenge their knowledge and compete with the best. We'll engage, inform, and connect our neighbors to vital information, offering critical insight, trusted information, and in-depth conversations that are accessible to everyone. We will explore the natural world around us, while deepening the connections to our guides who lead us along new trails. And innovation will be leading the way. We will reimagine how to bring more award-winning stories through more channels to audiences across the state and to the country, on air, online, in communities, and in classrooms. We are New Hampshire PBS.
So again, many thanks to our host, New Hampshire PBS, and these beautiful studios out here in Durham, New Hampshire for all of this. And you're no stranger to this building, although it probably looks a little different than when you walked in.
Little bit. Yeah, I worked here back in the 20s, actually, when I was a kid. Actually,
They had to wind up the cameras.
I did. I actually worked for a period of time at New Hampshire Public Television when I was going to the University of New Hampshire. So let's go Wildcats.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I loved it here. It's just a great place, and it's filled with such a great energy and great creative people. It was always a pleasure to work there then, and it's a pleasure to be here now.
I worked at WMUR for a couple years, and when you're in that kind of a mode of stories that have to be done in 45 to a minute and 30, it's really a breath of fresh air and such an important reality to have stations like this one where they can take a little bit longer, stretch that format, and tell the longer stories with more thoughtfulness
Yeah.
than can happen in a 45 to 90-second sprint through
Yeah.
a news story on the day. So
Absolutely.
there's great value in what goes on around here, and we love it.
You know, I know that you can see the numbers across the top of the screen when you're at home looking on the computer, and as impressive as the dollar number is already, I'm looking at the number of organizations that have already benefited.
Yeah.
Just in the opening minutes, over 300 of the nonprofits in New Hampshire, 300 of them have benefited from what's happened already today. Now we've still got 23 hours plus to go.
Yeah.
And the goal is to touch every single one of those 590 nonprofits that are involved and change the lives of the people who benefit from them,
Yeah.
whether it's learning, whether it's creative arts, whether it's mental health issues, whether it's food insecurity issues. There's a myriad of causes, and you are going to make a difference in all of them. You've already made a difference in 303 of those organizations and all of the people that they work with. So again, you'll hear it a lot throughout the next day. Thank you so much.
That's right. Give what you can is sort of our message
Right.
to all of you. But if I'm going to be watching any numbers, it's truly the 308 organizations to this point out of 590. Love to max out and make sure everybody gets something. But the number of donors is really what I'm hoping we can all rally together and work on. Because the last 2 years, it's been about the same. But 14,000 individual donations, which is
Right.
just mind-blowing. It's an amazing feat for a 24-hour broadcast like this. But that's the number. Like, this is where if I'm asking you, do me a favor, it's grab your phone, text a few people, let them know that this is on and it's happening, to check it out and to see what they might want to contribute to. Because like we said, $5.
Right.
You just throw a few dollars here and there. It makes a huge difference.
And life is very busy,
Yeah.
right? Everybody is very busy. It's
Yep.
moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and sometimes it feels like you can't keep up with it. So there are people that may not even know this is going on today. So just because you know them and you think or know that they're interested in the same kind of causes that you are, maybe even supporting the same organizations that you are, just like Scott said, shoot them a text and let them know, hey, it's going on now. It started.
Yeah.
If you can, now's the time to give. That kind of reach will grow the numbers and will grow the reach of what we're trying to do over the next 24 hours.
And every now and again, randomly, we're going to give something back. And I've got a little something. Every now and again, we'll have some prize announcements.
Beautiful human being.
Kristen,
there.
all I'm doing is announcing all of this wonderfulness.
Whatever.
Other people behind the scenes are doing all this work. So our first prize winners of the night, and we have two. The first donor prize, because we can track that kind of thing.
Right.
We have the technology. We're pretty SMRT smart. Sponsored by Century 21, circa 72. It goes to the organization that received the very first donation at 5 p.m. And the winner is Artisan. So Artisan is going to get an extra $250 cash prize. Congratulations to you. And the live stream prize, which was randomly drawn from all the organizations that submitted videos for use in the live stream, which was a bunch. The winner is New England Healing Sports Association. So
Nice.
Congrats to you guys. You're getting a $500 cash prize. So Artisan and the New England Healing Sports Association, our first two prizes of the night.
Congratulations.
How's that?
See, therein lies the magic of you giving to an organization and they win. Even further than what your donation is, they win bonuses. That's the part of stretching your dollar further than you can imagine. So thank you very much.
I am not from New Hampshire, but I've basically spent my adult
Right.
life here. I moved to New Hampshire in the early 90s, so I've been here for almost 30 years. And
I think that kind of makes you a Granite State.
I mean, I would hope so.
I think so.
Please adopt me. I want that distinction. But my point is that having spent so much time here, one of the things that I love about New Hampshire, and what I think is also reflective of New England, but truly about New Hampshire, is this spirit of community that we have.
Yeah.
When folks are in need, when folks are in trouble or in turmoil, when we see a problem, to quote Vanilla Ice, yo, we'll solve it.
He went there.
I went there. But the point is that we have this beautiful statewide community of people that are willing to dig
I agree.
deep and give. And whether it's through actions, whether it's through donations and spreading the word. So it really, on behalf of Greg and myself, we're honored to be a part of this conversation and this event for the second year in a row. And we just want to thank you. We're already over $200,000 and climbing in just the first few minutes.
I
of this
can't
thing.
look. I got to be honest with you. I get caught up. It's like watching, if I had a heart monitor, I'd be looking at it all the time. I can't. It's a lot, but that's just, it makes you feel so good, just to expand. And again, we're going to hit on the same themes over and over because they're real and you feel them. That kind of generosity in this short amount of time is heartwarming.
Yeah.
I wish you could feel it from this side because it's amazing to see that many people are reacting and making a difference and caring about their neighbors.
You
But
bet.
again, that's New Hampshire.
And one of the things that we really need to do for the next 24 hours is to highlight and showcase a number of the nonprofits that are doing this work every single day. I mean, some of them you might know extremely well. Like, for example, in Manchester, Families in Transition. My good friend Maria Devlin, who runs that program out there.
Great organization.
She runs the shelter. They do a lot of housing program efforts in Manchester. They do incredible work actually all around the state on behalf of families who need shelter, who need housing that's affordable and permanent. That's a wonderful organization. There's Granite State Independent Living. My friend Deb Ritzie, who is the president and CEO over there, helping to empower the disability community to be able to make the contributions to our state that we all know that they can, but they might need a couple of extra helps and programs and maybe technology to get them to the place where they can be connected with the rest of us. You know, there's two good examples, but there's so many more.
And the amazing thing about, you know, the organizations that I've learned of, like just some of the ones that Scott was just mentioning, they do it while maintaining a sense of dignity. Because when you are, when you're in need, when you need help, and you're the kind of person that really isn't the one that wants to reach out and ask for a lending hand or a hand up or whatever, not a hand out, a hand up.
Right.
And when you're asking for that, it's tough enough to say, hey, I'm in a position and I need some help. But these organizations are professionals, and they do it in a way that is very supportive and very dignified. And I've always appreciated that from all of the organizations that I've worked with, and I've worked with many in New Hampshire, because that is such a key thing. When someone needs that help, they'll do it in a way that, you know, helps you maintain your dignity, makes you feel good about yourself, and it makes you feel very, very appreciative of the help that's being given.
Not to get corny, but I think of that line from Fred Rogers, from Mr. Rogers, when he was explaining to little children about like problems or emergencies or something terrible that has happened.
Sure.
When you want to find the silver lining to a terrible event, you look to the people who are helping others.
Yeah.
And I feel like that is a hallmark of the nonprofit community here in New Hampshire, folks that are helping others. So groups like Make-A-Wish New Hampshire, the Betty J. Borey Breast Cancer Retreat Organization, Seacoast Mental Health Center, the Manchester Police Athletic League. There's 4 examples, and we actually have those examples in a storytelling format on video, and we'd like to share that with you now.
In rare disease, sometimes I can't give a family a diagnosis. Sometimes I have no treatment even if I get the diagnosis, and I almost never have a cure. So what can I offer this family that I can't offer much to?
There are medications that we can provide, there are treatments that we can administer, and yet there are pieces missing from that can only be filled by the impact of a WISH experience.
A WISH is something that we as a community have said we're going to offer and show our support for a family that doesn't feel very supported sometimes by the medical community. And I think a WISH is a really meaningful way that we connect with families that medicine doesn't have much else to offer to them.
I think for a lot of families it provides anything from respite, sometimes in the middle of care, sometimes it provides a reward at the end of treatment, sometimes it provides an oasis or an island where they can seek sort of normality.
A WISH gives me the chance to give the family something from all of us as a community. It comes from the medical community, it comes from the whole population saying, your child is not forgotten.
The Betty J. Borey Breast Cancer Retreats is excited to participate in this year's New Hampshire Gives on June 7th and 8th. When a woman first hears the words, "You have breast cancer," her life is changed forever, physically, emotionally, spiritually. The mission of the Betty J. Borey Breast Cancer Retreats is to get more women with breast cancer outdoors to connect with one another, challenge themselves physically and emotionally, discover their strengths, and make the journey from surviving to thriving. Energize the mind, body, and soul. Betty's dream was to gather women of all ages and stages of breast cancer to share a weekend of adventure, an understanding of mutual experiences, and the joy that nature provides. Empower women to discover their own strengths. Participants comment, "I received more than I ever imagined." and they like to reconnect, welcome, and inspire the newcomers. Rest, laugh, love, repeat. We have total retreat of the body, soul, mind, and heart. A little exercise and a lot of laughs, new friends to meet and old friends to check in with. I can't thank you enough for making me feel great. I love you all. Please support Betty J. Bory Breast Cancer Retreats during New Hampshire Gives. By donating, you'll be changing the lives of women with breast cancer.
Seacoast Mental Health Center provides a broad, comprehensive array of comprehensive, accessible, and affordable services to those in need in the eastern half of Rockingham County. We are available to provide services to individuals and families of all ages, all levels of acuity, to help them on their recovery journey. This could include services that allow them to integrate better into the community, providing supports and managing symptoms while they're out in the community. It includes therapy services, psychiatry medication services, and preventative services for older adults. Connections and relationships are so important to what we do. We have connections with our clients, we have connections with the community, and we have connections with each other. And those interconnected relationships help people to move forward in their recovery journey and help our staff to move forward in their professional journey. People living with the challenges of mental illness and substance use disorder is not new. But during this time, we have seen an incredible increase in the demand and the need for these services.
Welcome to the Manchester Police Athletic League, connecting cops with kids and building skills for a lifetime. Only when the doors open at the Michael Briggs Community Center is it revealed what really happens inside the walls of the Manchester Police Athletic League. This colorful beacon of hope on the corner of Lake Avenue and Beach Street provides a safe haven for kids ages 5 through 18 during the crucial after-school and evening hours. The Manchester Police Athletic League, also known as MPAL, connects cops and other positive role models with the youth of Greater Manchester. This is where character, confidence, and skills are built up and barriers broken down.
To be quite honest with you, MPAL has brought self-esteem, self-empowerment, and it brought our family together.
The kids at MPAL are building pathways to brighter futures. Welcome to the Manchester Police Athletic League, building champions both inside the gym and out.
So just a few examples of the amazing organizations happening all around the great state of New Hampshire that are serving the causes of others. And we have another wonderful example of those kinds of programs, joined by John Eriquezzo, the president of Meals on Wheels of Hillsborough County. And John, thanks for being here. So I'm seeing by your stats, you serve and deliver more than 430,000 meals each year throughout just Hillsborough County. I can't even wrap my head around that much service to the community. I guess I didn't realize there was that much need.
There's a huge need, and it's a huge operation, whether you're a small Meals on Wheels provider or a big Meals on Wheels provider like us. We're the largest in the state. You got to do everything to exacting specifications. You got to make sure that the meal meets specific dietary requirements. You got to make sure that your drivers are trained. Got to make sure that the food is either being delivered cold or hot. It's a process. It really is.
That's a lot.
Speaking to that number, I mean, just like food insecurity, it's an invisible issue. Mm-hmm. You know, it's not an issue that is in front of people every day and they see it. But that's why a number like that is so astounding. Even in Hillsborough County, that's amazing.
And just remember that hunger isn't all about lack of food. It's about lack of nutrition,
right,
as well. Okay. And we were having a conversation just off camera about our folks who maybe their nutrition wasn't right. They're not eating what they should, and that really progresses a decline in health. So it's important to get a balanced meal. And we, by the way, we can do up to 3 meals a day.
Yeah.
So, that's incredible.
Yeah.
So let me ask about, with the Meals on Wheels program, and you're coming into contact with a lot of elderly. I have elderly family members who are participating in the program, and it's a life changer. I'll tell you, it is a life changer for a lot of reasons, but I want to ask about, over the last 3 years with COVID, the elderly population has had to deal with issues, again, unseen, kind of invisible ones, but I'm sure that you've seen that, and it also must affect what you guys do.
Yeah.
It certainly does. So here's what we're seeing. Since the COVID pandemic, we're talking for the past 2 years, isolation has gone up by about 200%.
Right.
So most of the people we serve say that the Meals on Wheels driver is the only visitor they get all week, which is really, if you think about it, it's really scary.
And heartbreaking.
And heartbreaking. And isolation can sometimes have a worse health effect than even smoking cigarettes.
Right.
And not to mention that we do a wellness check.
Right.
And so, unfortunately, there are some people that we go in and visit with them, and we find them, and they've fallen and can't get up. We're there to help.
Right.
And we call their next of kin, and we make sure they get help. But sometimes people pass, unfortunately, but at least we're eyes on, we're in the home.
Yeah.
We're not just leaving a meal in the mailbox or on the front step. We knock on the door. If we don't get an answer, we call the next of kin or their emergency contact. If they don't get an answer, depending upon what town you're in, Manchester has a great process right now where they have a system for doing wellness checks just for Meals on Wheels. But we call the police.
Yeah.
And the police will go in and do a wellness check.
I want to ask about, you mentioned nutrition, and a lot of elderly folks can get in that routine of eating not enough or not enough, certainly not enough nutritional food. And the folks that I know, the elderly folks in my family that are benefits of or beneficiaries of the program, they rave about hey, we're getting food that we wouldn't normally have had before, and that is a level of excitement that makes them want to eat, and it's better nutritionally, it's better all around for them, but it also it puts a spring in their step, and that you can't oversell that. That is an amazing thing.
It certainly does, and let me kick it up just a notch higher. Meals on Wheels does something called community dining, and that's to encourage seniors to get out.
Right.
If you're 60 and over, you can come out, get a free meal.
That's great.
And socialize.
And
It was designed to help get people out of the house and reduce isolation. Now, the problem is, over the past 10 years, attendance nationally to community dining has declined.
Okay.
It's because seniors now, it's not the silent generation, it's now the baby boomers.
Right.
They have different expectations in food, setting. They don't want to go to the basement of a church to a community dining center,
Right.
And so one of the things that we've done is we were selected to do a pilot in the state to do a restaurant voucher program. That means that we partner with a local restaurant, and we can give away vouchers.
That's great.
To seniors, and they can go to the restaurant, redeem that voucher, and get a healthy meal.
That's great.
We're talking about, go ahead.
Well, we launched it with a grant from Meals on Wheels America, and we just wrapped up our first round, just ended like a week ago. And we gave away thousands of vouchers. And the reviews were unbelievable. And I would go to this restaurant, I went to this restaurant a couple times the past couple weeks, and people were accosting me. You've got to redo this program. This is the best program ever. And one gentleman said he moved up from Florida, got a voucher, and now he's connected with all of the seniors. And he's joined the senior club in town, and now he has friends. He goes, if you didn't do the voucher program, that would have never happened.
That's great. So we're talking to John Eriquezzo, who is the president of the Meals on Wheels for Hillsborough County. 490,000 meals a year just in the county. I'm still trying to get my head around that. I have two logistical questions for you. So considering this is a fundraiser, I'm assuming that your buying power, your organization, your nonprofit status all combine nicely to have a good buying power to be able to stretch the dollars that are donated to really be able to help. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
How does that work?
The formula, if you donate to us, you're going to put meals on the table for people. It's plain and simple, really is. And right now, with food costs have gone up 11% for us.
Right.
They're going to go up another 5%. We just signed a contract with one of our vendors for another 5%. Gas prices. It's Meals on Wheels, folks.
Right.
Right? What are we doing? We're driving around. And when you have volunteers driving and staff driving, it's terrible. It hurts so much.
Do you need help? Do you need drivers?
We need help.
What kind of people are you looking for?
So this is our typical driver. Our typical driver is retired. They volunteer 1 day a week, and it's usually for about 3 hours a day. Sometimes you can do it for a little bit less. You come in, you collect your meals. We have a little iPad that tells you the routes on where to go, and everywhere you go, you click in, meal delivered, did my wellness check, you come back, you report, and you're done. See, I still do a route. I do a route about once every 6 weeks, because when you go out there, it's the best thing in the world.
Absolutely.
You get to sit there and meet people, and they come up to you, and they are so happy to see you. They really are.
Right.
And so grateful. And so I may be having a bad day, a bad morning.
Sure.
When I'm done with that route,
feeling good.
I'm feeling great.
I'm telling you, it's a life changer for the people that get it. And I know that you're talking about Hillsborough County, but if you maybe have a family member that you think may benefit from the Meals on Wheels program that isn't in Hillsborough County, Google it, look it up to see what the nearest Meals on Wheels program is available in your county, in your town, because it really is a game changer. On so many levels, socially, almost as importantly as nutritionally and health wise. Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can you give us a sneak peek at your logistics? How do you do this job? How do you get the meals together? Where does it all happen?
Well, we have 7 distribution centers in Hillsborough. And as a matter of fact, we closed one down and opened one up in Peterborough. Because we found out through looking at statistics, we were always looking for statistics. We find out where the hunger is, where the older folks are living, and where the poverty is. We found out actually the Peterborough area was more in need. And we always delivered. Listen, we always delivered to Peterborough and that whole area.
Sure.
But we figured we're going to put our money where our mouth is, and we actually started a nutrition center there just a couple weeks ago.
Good for you.
And that was a big undertaking. So the logistics, if you're a big site like Manchester or Nashua, you've got folks that come in early in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, and we start getting food deliveries coming in. They're packing food. They're setting everything up. So then when the volunteers come in, like around 9:30, 10 o'clock, they come in, their bags are already packed, their iPads are sitting on top of it, and they pick up they check, they count their meals, make sure they got the right thing, and then they're out the door. And then it's simply, it takes you through your route. Once you're ready for the next house, it comes up, here are the directions to that house, and then you come back. While they're out, in most places, we're also doing community dining. Okay. And so while the drivers are out, people are setting up for community dining for folks to come in and enjoy a meal. So it's like clockwork. And then, and by the time the drivers get back, community dining's done, and everything winds down, and then we get into the reporting phase. If there's always somebody who's missing.
Right.
Okay.
And we've got to work through that. We have a team that works through all that. They're not answering the door, or they answer the door, but they weren't themselves. I mean, we even look for stuff like that. They had the stove running, the gas stove running in the winter. We even look for that.
Okay.
And we'll report that, or we'll ask them. We'll say, "How come you're running your stove?" "I couldn't pay my gas bill." We will get them referrals to help them get their gas bill paid.
This is so much bigger than if you've never heard. I mean, I know people have heard about the Meals on Wheels program, but listening to this and learning this kind of thing tells you how much more far-reaching this organization is than maybe the title would suggest. And that's going to be true with a lot of the organizations that we talk to through the course of the day. And one of the things that I learned too is, if you bring somebody a Meals on Wheels and there's their dinner, and maybe they're not hungry right then, maybe they put it in the refrigerator, maybe they put it in the freezer. What that does is it also gives them, if they're going to snack, instead of eating food that isn't healthy, they've got healthy food to go to when they want it. Because sometimes the appetite of an elderly person isn't as big, and maybe they'll just say, "Well, put that aside, save that for later. I'm going to eat half of it." But it makes a difference because they're eating healthy throughout the day.
That's great.
Right?
Yeah.
And by the way, we deliver snacks with their meal. You know, nothing like a Lorna Doone cookie or
Can't beat
Heck yeah, absolutely.
something like that. Yeah.
John Eriquezzo, thank you so much
Great
for,
work.
for the
Good for
Meals
you.
on Wheels in Hillsborough County. And again, mind is blown. 430,000 meals annually. You're a busy guy, but thank you for all that you're doing for our community.
Thank you to you and all of the Meals on Wheels or volunteers across the state that do
bet.
such a great work.
Yeah.
It really is.
And thank you for New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits for putting on this event.
Yeah, this is great.
It really helps. Give, give, give.
Yes.
Please.
So Meals on Wheels of Hillsborough County is one of the 590 nonprofits that you can give to. And John, thank you so much. I tell
Good
you
to meet you.
that his story, that story, their operations, what they do, the impact it's having on people each and every day that goes on every day, that heaven forbid these kinds of services don't exist, and the impact it would have negatively on lives, but the real positive influence they're having, that's multiplied 590 times over, which is why we're sitting here doing this.
I don't know how you hear that kind of story and aren't moved by it.
Yeah.
You know, the difference that they're making in people that you know, people that I know. Like I said, I have family members that use that program, and it's heartwarming to know that that level of care, not just the meal, but the check and the talking, you know, like the welfare check and making sure that they're okay. Wow, that's worth its weight in gold. You cannot put a price tag on that. But thank you very much if you give to the Meals on Wheels program in Hillsborough County or any one of the organizations of the 590 nonprofits that are available for you to give to today. And they're stretching your money. You're getting matched. You're doubling your money. So please do. You know, you've already given. We've already had 422 organizations that have benefited. You can see that on your screen. And there's a lot of people that are involved that are helping us out. And we want to say thank you very much to the Comcast, NBC Universal folks. They have supported New Hampshire Gives as a Granite State Giver sponsor since 2019. Comcast customers may have seen the New Hampshire Gives public service announcement airing on their channels in the past few weeks. We got a little video from our friends at Comcast NBC Universal right here for you.
Comcast is passionate about the work we do and the important role we play in millions of people's lives. Project Up, Unlimited Possibilities, encompasses the programs and community partnerships across Comcast, NBC Universal, and Sky that connect people to the internet, advance economic mobility, and open doors for the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, storytellers, and creators. We are committed to using the power of our platforms, our people, and our reach to create positive change and a more equitable society.
Thank you to our friends from Comcast, and I think we've got a few names to name of the 1,590 donors that we have going on right now. I got a few to say hi to.
Jim Tamposi, $1,000 to the Aviation Museum of New Hampshire. Kathy Collins, thank you. $50 to the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire. Thank you. Patricia O'Reilly gave $100 to the Mayhew program, and Mary Ellen gave $10 to the Mount Kearsarge Indian Museum. Thank you to all of you.
That's awesome. Now we're going to talk to Andrew Bullock from the Mount Kearsarge Indian Museum in Warner in just a couple minutes, not just yet. We'll wait just a few more minutes, but I want to wrangle Kristen Oliveri to come back over to the set.
Set call for Kristen Oliveri, please. Very professional, done here. Oh, here we go.
Get over here. Whew, finally. From half a mile away, she comes sprinting in.
Or
So the
20 feet.
bonus pool has created a buzz, and I love it. So every donation counts, but there is fuel to the fire, if you will. We have a lot of sort of preset donations in bonus form that people need to know about. So you're back. Tell us a
I'm
little bit
back.
more about it.
So the Charitable Foundation and its donors seeded the bonus pool, but people have an option to give to the bonus pool, and they already are. We've
Okay.
had 55 donors give $1,400 so far.
Wow.
And it's so easy to do when you're checking out, when you're donating to other organizations, you can just say that I want to support the bonus pool.
Right.
So that pool can grow over these 24 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Right.
And can help nonprofits even more.
So you're giving to the bonus pool can make a difference. And if you go to the top page, like Kristen said, you can do it when you're checking out, or just go to the top of the page of the search page when you're checking out. It's right there.
Don't go away, because I have a couple questions
Hang
here.
out.
So 590 different nonprofits. So I click on Meals on Wheels, where we just talked to John. So I'm giving to Meals on Wheels. I'm now checking out, and the page is going to ask me if I want to donate to the bonus pool on top of that.
Yes. And you
That's
can-
great.
Yes.
And so
55 donors have already supported
Wow.
the bonus pool.
Thank you to the 55. That's
Thank you.
fantastic, because that just continues to fuel the extra.
Right.
That's
Yes.
wonderful.
Yeah.
That's really
And
great.
just another reminder too,
Yeah.
that we have $1.2 million in individual organization matches. So there are lots of nonprofits, the 590 nonprofits, there are some of them that have additional matches. And if you go to the website, go to menu and matches, you'll find out which organizations have those matches, so you can double your donation.
Certainly, there's a lot going on, right? There's a lot of opportunity here for you. There's a lot going on the website, but it all starts with you and making a donation.
No doubt.
That's where it
Yep.
all begins.
Yeah.
That's what makes the difference. You sit at your house, you're sitting in your home, maybe you're on your laptop, your iPad, maybe you're on your desktop, whatever. A couple clicks of that mouse, that reaches far into the homes and lives of people all across the state, and it makes a difference. It may be a small thing to you, it may be $20, but it makes a difference on the other end that you can't even, it's very, very difficult to even fathom. That's how important it is.
There's also an incentives button on the website too. Does that give the same information?
So the incentives button will talk about all of the prizes that are up for grabs.
Okay.
So you might be able to help your favorite nonprofit walk away with a prize over the 24 hours.
That's
Absolutely.
so good.
It's
So
just
see, it's
good.
fun. It's almost there's almost a game show flavor.
Very
to
much.
this.
The chairs have a game show flair to them.
They
I will
certainly
say that.
do. There's
They
a
do.
lot of flair in these chairs.
They spin.
It's chair flair.
Right.
Flair chairs.
We're all about it.
And we're watching on iPads and computers on our phones.
Right.
You didn't mention a Kindle.
Yeah, that's right.
Disappointed you.
I didn't. I didn't mention the Amazon Fire either. Thanks for pointing that out.
Kristen, thank you.
Thank you, guys. I'll be back. I'm
Okay.
going to go back to work, but I'll come back and visit.
I want to
Okay,
say
excellent.
thank you very much to Katie and Kelly Collins. They gave $50 to the Capitol Center for the Performing Arts, a place that is near and dear to my heart. Thank you very much. Heidi Thibodeau gave $250 to CASA of New Hampshire.
Oh, that's great.
As well. All good work, all great donations, and thank you very much.
We're going to be talking to our friends with CASA in just a little while, and we actually have our next guest up. Instead of coming in studio, we're using all of the technological tools and toys here that are offered at NHPBS, because that's what we do here.
We can do that.
We can have people come in. We can talk via the technology machine that exists.
What are you,
to
my
be able to-
dad? We can talk next to the squawk box. We're going to learn. We're going to talk to people through this box.
This is
crazy.
how we roll. It's amazing technology. But we can also have online conversations, and I'm going to stop talking and let Greg do this.
That's true. We are going to welcome to the evening Andrew Bullock, who is the executive director of the Mount Kearsarge Indian Museum in Warner. We've already had some donations. People have called in and donated. Tonight, the museum presents 20,000 years of diverse culture, rich history, and current contributions of North America's native people through exhibits, art displays, lectures, craft workshops, and nature walks. And they're getting ready to celebrate their annual Mount Kearsarge Indian Museum Powwow on July 9th and 10th.
Wow.
The 2019 powwow attracted 2,500 guests, and in 2020, more than 21,000 people around the world took part in virtual powwows. So tell us, Andrew, what people can expect. First, say hello. Nice to see you. Tell us what people can expect this year. It's great to have you with us.
Sure. Hi, it's great to be participating with New Hampshire Gives this year. Lots going on here at the museum. The museum is celebrating its 31st year in operation, and it's one of the founding loves and joys of our Bud and Nancy Thompson, who are just absolutely wonderful stewards of this collection over the years. And recently, we were just recognized as one of the top 10 Native museums in the United States. So right here in Warner, New Hampshire, this hidden gem that is really just such an important part of the landscape. And we're one of the only museums in New Hampshire that is solely dedicated to Native America. And as you mentioned, our powwow is the highlight of our social calendar. And we've got 4 wonderful powwow drums who will join us to kind of host those celebrations. The property is just all manicured and ready to go, and we're so excited that people are going to be able to join us for an in-person powwow on July 9th and 10th.
And it's great for people to see how Native American history and culture in New Hampshire is so rich, and now being, people are getting educated by it, they're getting to participate in it, and the wonderful, learning experience that is. I also know that you have a $7,200 match for the museum. Tell listeners how they can double their donations today.
Absolutely. Our wonderful Board of Trustees have placed a challenge with all of us to meet this grant or match that they set out for us, $7,200. We're on our way, but we really need all of your help, and that will unlock all this $7,200 that we really need for our programming and workshops and things like that. So I know that we're going to get there.
There you go.
Andrew, talk a little bit about what's going on behind you. It looks like a really cool display that you have. What can people see?
Absolutely. So I'm sitting in our contemporary art gallery, actually, but we recently hosted a Hopi Katsina Gala where we had a fantastic collection of 37 Hopi Katsina that were donated to the museum by Chuck Douglas, who's just a wonderful supporter of the museum. And a couple of weeks ago, we had a big event where we were able to welcome people to the museum to see some of this absolutely wonderful collection that spans 100 years of Hopi Kachina carvings.
I'm kind of interested, and I don't know the answer, so I apologize, but I've heard of, near my area where I live, of different tribes that existed, you know, Native American tribes that were local to my area, but how many different tribes were there in New Hampshire? Do you know the answer to that?
Well, I think the first thing I would caution you on, here at the museum, we'd like to remind people that Native people are still here. So it's still, right. we try not to refer to them in past tense. Right. And it's one of the two things that we remind people is Native people here in New Hampshire are still a very vibrant community. Our land acknowledgement recognizes the Abenaki people as their indigenous homeland. And the Abenaki are also part of the Wabanaki Confederacy that comprises 5 other tribes in the area.
Okay, all right.
Andrew, can you tell us a little bit about the value and importance for people to come to this facility and learn more about this particular history and the contributions made by the North America's Native people? Why is it so important to visit?
Absolutely. I think it really kind of starts the conversation where people can come to the museum, for instance, and a 3rd grade group can go through the museum and have a very meaningful tour, and almost every 3rd grade school group comes to the museum as part of their curriculum. We had 2 different groups in today. So what it does is help people to realize that it's not one monolithic culture. So the galleries are set up, there are 7 of them arranged geographically, so people can come into the museum and actually experience different regions all across North America and really understand that diversity of Native America that continues.
And how wonderful is that to teach that to our younger generations, right? Growing up knowing that the culture existed then and exists today right here in the boundaries of our own Granite State.
Absolutely, and we focus not just on children, but on a very meaningful adult visitors too, so yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's great to see you, and you do great work, and donations are already pouring in, and good luck with the match. There's just as much sort of exposing people to organizations like yours and people learning about organizations like yours tonight as well as giving to help out. But it's great to see you and meet you virtually even, but thanks for being with us here tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the support.
You got it. That is Andrew Bullock, the Executive Director of the Mount Kearsarge Indian Museum in Warner. They do a great job.
Absolutely fantastic. And an important history to keep in mind,
absolutely,
to keep alive, to not forget. The contributions made by the Indian community, the North American tribes, all throughout New England, all throughout New Hampshire. It's very important. So I think that's wonderful. So another fantastic place to plant a few dollars and really help to protect and preserve what is part of our own natural course of history. Yeah, it's wonderful.
One of 590 organizations that are available for you to give a donation to, and already we've reached 445. You have reached 445 of them, making a difference in the lives, whether it's educational, whether it's historical and cultural, maybe it's health related, like Meals on Wheels, maybe it's a mental health issue, maybe it's a woman's shelter, maybe it's an artistic a gallery. So many different causes, so many different ways to affect the lives of our neighbors in New Hampshire. Hampshire, some who need help and some who want to grow and some who learn. It's all there in this one 24-hour period where you can give and stretch your dollar further than in any other day the rest of the year.
Last year we had 14,342 individual donations to New Hampshire Gives, and I'm honored and just thrilled to see that in our first basically 45 minutes we're already at past the 10% mark of that exact number. And I think if anything, if you could do us any favor, help us spread the word over the next 24 hours. Let people know that NewHampshireGives.org is open for business, alive and operating, and collecting dollars for the 590 nonprofits that are participating here in 2022. Any amount given is all that we would ask of you. We want to just help and pay it forward. There's a lot of matching dollars, as Kristen Oliveri told us, but we're just looking to spread the word. So text your friends, let them know. NHGives.org, jump online, check us out, see what's going on, and help donate to a really good cause or organization that needs help. As we all know, the Meals on Wheels example is a really good one. The gas pump is hitting us all pretty hard in the wallet, but imagine a nonprofit organization that's based on driving around. They're dealing with an increased expense, so every little bit is going to help them as well. That $5 give is a gallon of gas.
And that gas crunch affects you as well.
Yeah.
And that's why the stretching your dollar goes, your $20 or your $5 or $10 goes twice as far, if not more, once you give. And I would also say that picking up the phone, like we're here, we're reaching you, but it's really the success of the event is up to you. It's up to you, maybe reaching out to some friends, 2, 3, 4, like Scott said. Text a few people. Just say, hey, can you help out this organization, or check out this work that they're doing, because look at all these people that you can help. Neighbors in New Hampshire care about it. We always care about our neighbors in New Hampshire. I've said it forever. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to any other state, but I'm a Granite Stater. So to me, every time that we've ever asked for New Hampshire to help its own, you come shining through. Yeah. And you've done it every year since this organization started back in 2016 when the center started this, and it has raised $8.7 million since its inception. And that's you. That's not us. That's you. Great. So reach out to a friend. Let them know that we're here now for 24 hours. It's not a rush. They can do it later when they're on the couch watching TV half-heartedly and on the iPad. You can do it then. You can do it in the morning when you're having your coffee and it's quiet, or maybe after dinner, or maybe after the kids go to bed. It makes a difference. It's a big day.
And you know, we talk so much about the individual donations, but we couldn't do all of this and we couldn't stretch the resources without a lot of companies and corporations that are also digging deep and giving in terms of in-kind services or direct donations. And one of them is CNS Wholesale Grocers. CNS has supported the Monadnock region through sponsorship since 2018. They are a champion for their region, and they understand the impact a statewide Giving Day can have in smaller communities. Here's a look.
Hi everyone, it's Alana Fierro from the Community Relations team at C&S Wholesale Grocers. We are so thrilled to support New Hampshire Gives this year and hope that you'll consider making a donation as well. C&S is passionate about keeping our communities fed, the health and well-being of children, and protecting and improving our environment so that we can all enjoy a healthy future. There are so many fabulous nonprofits within the Granite State that align with these initiatives, and with your support we can continue to make our communities better together. Please join us for New Hampshire Gives and make a difference today. Thank you.
That's just one of the organizations we're going to be hearing from throughout the next 24 hours, all of which you can learn something from. I get excited in the sense that I learn about the stories that she just told and John told and Andrew just told, because I'm learning about organizations as well all across the state. You know, and that's one of the great things, is creating awareness and the top of mind awareness that these organizations exist, so that A, if you ever need them, they're there for you, and B, if you ever want to give to help out people that benefit from them, there's a great way for you to do it. But we have so many other friends that we want to bring you to as well, including the Full Circle Farm Therapeutic Horsemanship in Newport, and we're going to tell you a little bit about them here. Take a look at this.
awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool program. Thank you to our friends there at the horsemanship program for that. And speaking of awesome, these chairs are great. As we wait for our next guest to come in, these are really comfortable chairs. I'm not sure what living room set they would ever fit in, but in this studio, it's perfect.
Dude, I'm old. Let's face it, okay? These are straight off the laugh-in set or maybe the Shindig. I'll go further back. For those of you old enough to know Shindig,
What's the Shindig?
It was a 1950s cool hip rock and music show. And
Really?
it was kind of cool.
Is that like a band, American band?
Yeah, it was kind of like that. They had dancers and stuff on it, you know. But I mean, these are kind of very hip, very cool kind of chairs. They spin, and I'm not going to do that right now. But yeah, we'll have to follow that later. There you go. He's a spinning guy. But they are very comfortable. I will say that.
They are. They're lovely.
I will say that.
They are comfortable.
Absolutely.
All right. Enough goofing around with the chairs. Although I can't get enough of that. You're going to hear more about the chairs as the night goes on. Sorry. You're in with us. You're in for a dime. You're in for a dollar. That's how this works around here.
That's right.
But let's jump into another wonderful nonprofit conversation. And we're going to jump online and go back to the big green screen over here to my left, your right. And Sam Evans-Brown. He's the executive director of Clean Energy New Hampshire in Concord. A good friend of mine, a former reporter of New Hampshire Public Radio. Look at that smile.
Look at that smile
Isn't
right
he
there.
awesome?
Look at that smile.
This dude is just maxing and relaxing here on a June day.
Lighten it up.
Sam, how you doing, man?
I am great. I'm coming to you guys actually from Waterville Valley Resort, where I was speaking to the folks at Ski New Hampshire, where a lot of the ski resorts are starting to get serious about doing things like installing electric vehicle charging and procuring their energy from renewable sources. And so I was asked to come up and present, which is why I'm coming to you from a deck. And I will disclose, I do have a beverage to my left. So I'm doing great.
That's beautiful.
On this.
There are no FCC rules that prevent drinking
Not at
beer
all.
during
You are
this
free
thing,
and clear,
so
my
good for
friend.
So Sam, let me help formally introduce your effort here. I've known you for many years as your time at NHPR, but Clean Energy NH advocates for the clean energy and energy efficiency sector and directs vital programs, just like it says on his t-shirt, and initiatives that will accelerate New Hampshire's transition to cleaner and more efficient use of energy, like what they're doing at Waterville Valley. So why did you make the change to jump out of public radio, which in and of itself is a community service, to do this particular work? What called you into it?
That's a really great question, and it's one, in fact, that I've spent a lot of time thinking about, because being the executive director of a nonprofit is really hard. And so over the course of the past year, I've had to ask myself that question over and over. But really, I was an energy and environment reporter, and in 10 years of doing that job, there are a lot of issues that are very complicated and which the path forward is not terribly clear. But I would really argue that at this point, transitioning to clean energy is not in that category. The economics have shifted. It actually will save our economy huge amounts of money to shift to renewable energy and result in a cleaner environment and sort of more livable indoor spaces as we build more efficiently. And so it was getting to the point where my opinions were becoming too strong for me to stay in the journalism role. And when this position opened up, I had known Clean Energy New Hampshire as the credible advocate who I could call when I wanted to understand these questions. And so the position was just too good to pass up.
So Sam, let me ask you this. I mean, you're talking about, you just basically, it became your passion, right? And that's what you wanted to follow up on, because that's what in your heart, you feel like you're making a difference. So let me ask you this. In our state, how has our legislature responded? Are we moving in the right direction? Are we making gains and moving there?
I wish that I could give a different answer to this question, because at its heart, Clean Energy New Hampshire is a bipartisan organization, and we have many folks from both parties that we work with really closely, and they're champions on both sides of the aisle. But the answer is really that New Hampshire is starting to fall behind, and it's starting to fall behind in ways that I think are scary to businesses in New Hampshire. And in particular, I'm here at Waterville, and the ski areas are looking around and they're seeing that all of the other states in New England are aggressively investing in electric vehicles. The projections are that 50% of electric vehicle sales will be, 50% of vehicle sales will be electric by 2030. And they're looking at those targets and they're saying the Boston market is going to have to decide where they want to go to ski, and they're going to go to the ski areas that have chargers installed, and we have no state level incentives to make that happen. And that's just one very small issue, but in issue after issue in the clean energy sector, New Hampshire has become the hole in the donut. The states all around us are moving aggressively, and we're starting to fall behind.
all the more reason, right, with an event like this here today at New Hampshire Gives, for people to find that out, to hear that, and then go to the website, stay on the website, and check out your organization at Clean Energy New Hampshire, right?
That is exactly right.
Smile. Smile. That's good.
Sam, I've actually got some good news for you. We actually have a $10,000 match for you with Clean Energy tonight. So if you want to help Clean Energy New Hampshire, you can give now and double the donation. So we're going to be able to give that a little bit of an extra push. But beyond the donations and some of the finances that we're really hoping to direct your way tonight and for the next 24 hours, if folks want to get involved in some way, shape, or form, they're hearing what your message is, they understand the hole in the donut analogy, and they're looking to fill that hole with some maybe some legwork and some good old-fashioned shoe leather, what would you like people to do?
Well, listen, as soon as you become a member of Clean Energy New Hampshire, we're going to plug you into all of our resources that will keep you appraised of all the things that are happening at the New Hampshire level. And the thing that I would say to folks is that, there's a lot of attention paid to federal bills and federal energy legislation, but a lot of energy policy is made at the state level. A lot of your electric utilities don't cross state lines. And so they're not actually, because of the Commerce Clause of the Constitution, they're not federally regulated. So a lot of really impactful decisions happen at the state legislature and at the State Public Utilities Commission. And so we will keep you informed of those occurrences when you get onto our newsletters and when you get plugged into the various policy calls that we do every week during the legislative session to let folks who are interested in clean energy know what is happening here in the Granite State. But also, we have all sorts of initiatives. So Drive Electric New Hampshire is one of our initiatives. You can help to organize a Drive Electric event in your community. You can get involved in creating a local energy committee in your town, and we have staff who will help you stand that up. And once it is created, help you actually get projects completed in your town so you can start to move the needle at the local level. And that's, once you become a member by donating to Clean Energy New Hampshire, that's what we'll get you plugged into.
So a website, Sam, that people can go to, and I also like to ask, do you have, is there something on the website that maybe lists the simple little things that people can do that, in a larger sense, can make a difference in clean energy?
Yeah, well, so it's interesting that you asked that question, because there are many resources on the internet that will direct you to individual choices that you can make. And that's really not necessarily what we're about. Many of our members, we have many member businesses who can help you to achieve your clean energy goals in your personal life. And if you head to our website, which is cleanenergynh.org, you can get plugged in with those member businesses. But really, we're about the next step, right? Which is that you say you've made the changes in your life that you're looking to make. How do you make sure that your community changes, and how do we make sure that the state keeps making progress? And that's really what Clean Energy New Hampshire is working on. So the website, cleanenergynh.org.
Sam, I'm curious, do you find yourself proselytizing out there in the trenches from town to town, or do you feel like what you're saying and what you're doing is already a priority, it makes the connection, and the people of New Hampshire are generally on board? This is not a kicking and screaming exercise. What do you see?
No, I mean, it's a really interesting question, because what I have found is that when I go out into the community, many people are interested in this. And there was a gentleman who told me at one point, and I won't name names, but a gentleman who you might think is sort of on the other side of the aisle, other side of the chasm on this issue. And what he said to me is like, listen, clean energy is like motherhood and apple pie. And I think that's true. And the second point was, though, it's got to be affordable. And this is where the good news comes in, which is that, over the past 10 years, in particular, I think the most shocking statistic is solar energy, which is that the price of solar energy has dropped by 90% in the last 10 years. And really, if you were to invest in solar on your own home, it would have a better return on investment than investing in anything you could put in your 401k or your 403b or your simple, your Roth IRA. And so really, these technologies have reached a level of maturity where it's really just common sense to be putting our money into them. And that's the story that I've been trying to tell as I go around to these communities.
Hard as it may be, the job of being a director of a nonprofit organization, which it definitely is, you got all the heart in the world, man. You can feel it. Just seeing it in your face and hearing you talk about it, you are 1,000% committed. So congratulations and continued success. And I hope that through tonight, through New Hampshire Gives, people go to and help out Clean Energy New Hampshire. So that's great. So thank you very much, man. We appreciate it. Good to talk to you. You
Thanks
got
a
it.
lot. Sam Evans-Brown, the Executive Director of
Be
Clean
well.
Energy NH in Concord. Thanks for your time. And
he lights it up.
He does.
Yeah,
He's
'cause
great.
he's talking from the heart.
I
you
don't,
know?
I don't want to brag or anything, but I got a response from a New Hampshire Public Radio reporter who thought my question was interesting.
Yeah, that's good.
I just want to point that out.
Man,
I'm feeling
you're-
pretty good about
yeah,
that.
you're up there.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're
Thank you.
solid.
He's a good dude.
Yeah.
I've known Sam for a long time, and he's bright and articulate, as you can obviously tell. But that's the kind of project work that I think is another really cool example.
Yeah.
We talked about Meals on Wheels earlier. We've talked about a number of different programs, but there's one that is impactful to the environment. And when I hear a conversation like that, and his point that this is not a partisan conversation, that it's bipartisan. You know who I think about? I'm reminded of someone like Judd Gregg, former U.S. Senator, former governor and executive counselor, who was someone who was a conservative Republican, fiscally conservative, always managing the bottom line. But he prioritized environmental issues. And he left a legacy of a lot of conservation lands and trying to conserve energy, even back when he was governor and senator. So Sam's right. It doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. If it's common sense and it's getting cheaper, you got to look at it.
Also, just based on the examples that he gave, I would never have thought, oh yeah, we should have electrical charging stations for cars at ski areas.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, look at all the people that we know. I mean, New Hampshire that is a destination for skiers. They come up from Massachusetts, they come down from Canada, Maine, and Vermont, because we have some unbelievable ski areas, and it makes perfect sense to have those kind of charging stations, because that's where it starts. You have to be where the people are going. And so that's a key point.
I agree. That is a very good point. It's a very pragmatic one. So it's about 6:05, and according to this card in front of me, this one, it's time for another prize announcement.
Early Bird Prize.
Yeah, that's right. The Early Bird Prize. Thank you, Greg Kretschmar.
Welcome.
Sponsored by Comcast, NBC Universal. It was randomly drawn from all the organizations that registered for New Hampshire Gives by the early bird date of April 11th, which is Tom Griffith's birthday, by the way. Sorry to see him go.
Congratulations,
Congrats
Tom,
his
on a
retirement.
wonderful career.
Absolutely. So,
unbelievable.
So we're celebrating Tom Griffith's birthday with this Early Bird Prize, sponsored by Comcast, NBC Universal. Those that registered, the winner is McGregor Memorial EMS. So they are going to get $1,000 in cash. It does pay to be the early bird. So there's an extra $1,000 from McGregor Memorial EMS.
How did you know that was Tom's birthday?
Because it's mine too.
Yeah, figures.
I mean,
There he was, Mr.
it's easy-
Magnanimous.
easy to
Happy
remember.
birthday to my good friend Tom.
Hey.
Just happens to be my birthday too.
He had it longer than I've had it, so it's really his, and I'm just sharing. I'm just sharing in the fact that he's
Shots fired across the bow, right there, ladies and gentlemen.
I can do that now. We
Yeah,
love Channel
right.
9. I'm allowed to do that.
Of course you can.
He's
Of course,
my
we're all
buddy.
friends. It's
That's right.
good,
And his
you know.
wife Janice is adorable. She's awesome.
Yeah.
She's about 5'5" and blonde, and she was a stonemason for her career.
Really?
Yes. Rock walls. I don't think it gets any more New England than building rock walls for people.
Yeah, I agree. One of the
pretty
great
cool.
things I love to photograph is rock
Yes.
walls. I will say, 34-year broadcast career in New Hampshire. Congratulations,
Awesome
Tom.
guy.
Wonderfully done. And
Absolutely.
congratulations to you at home, because you're making a difference already. Almost 459 organizations have benefited just in the time that we've been on, maybe an hour.
Yeah.
And there's a total of 590 nonprofits available, and you've reached almost all of them in a very small amount of time. Now, here we are, 6 o'clock at night. A lot of people aren't even home yet, right? A lot of people are driving home. They're going to get home
We're
about
not
6.
home.
Right, they're going to get home at 6:30. They may get home at 7. They'll eat, put the kids to bed, and then maybe get a little bit of time to themselves, after the kids have gone to sleep. And that's the time when this number will continue to grow throughout the night. The number, look at $615,000 raised
It's just
already.
great.
And
amazing.
It's an astounding number. It's an astounding amount of generosity that comes from you.
Yeah.
So thank you and congratulations to everybody that's given, but there's so much further to go. And so much more money that can be stacked on top of yours to make an even greater difference.
Yeah.
So we're going till 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
You bet.
And we hope you'll continue. And as Scott has said before, spread the word. A text when you get home, hey, to your friends, a few friends, maybe family members. I really care about this organization. Could you help by donating? Here's the website, nhgives.org, and spread the word, because you can reach a certain number of people here. We want to spread that reach, and the only way we can do that is with you.
Yeah, definitely. So please give early, give often, and spread the word for it. And one of the things that I enjoy the most about participating in something like this is being able to showcase the different efforts that are going on all around the state. So the Mount Kearsarge Indian Museum.
Right.
We were in Hillsborough County for Meals on Wheels. We just talked to Sam Evans Brown, which is based in Concord, but it's clean energy, so it's statewide. Now I think we've got an opportunity to shift over to the Seacoast, don't we?
We do. We have we're going to show you a little presentation first from the Seacoast Science Center. So check this out.
Hello everyone, my name is Darren Clevacy and I'm the Seacoast Science Center's Visitor Engagement Manager, here today to tell you all about our educational programming. A visit to the Seacoast Science Center will provide you with a hands-on, immersive, engaging learning experience, regardless of your age or background, in order to enhance your understanding, spark your curiosity, and hopefully inspire your conservation of our blue planet. Now imagine taking your ocean exploration to the next level with our varying educational programs that will give you that extra wow factor and that memorable and cherishable experience. With a range of different opportunities to choose from, our educational programs gear to your specific yet varying needs. No matter your age or interest, whether that be the tide pools to the touch tank, we have something for you.
What a fun playground.
Oh, it's a beautiful
Right?
place. The 18 miles of coastline along the state of New Hampshire is just gorgeous. And the Seacoast Science Center is just on a beautiful stretch of land right there next to Odeorn State Park. And it's gorgeous. And my wife works at an elementary school, and they've taken kids there so many times. And we're very lucky to be joined by Natalee P. Martin. I think she's going to join us on screen here. She's the she's the Chief Advancement Officer of Seacoast Science Center in Rye. We say, hi, Natalee. How are you?
Hey, Natalee.
Hi.
Great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Yep, we just played the video. The Seacoast Science Center, a nonprofit marine science education organization located at Odeorn Point State Park in Rye. Lots of great exhibits for folks to enjoy of all ages. But you also offer a lot of programs and camps. Now, you must be gearing up for a busy summer season. What do you have coming up that people can enroll in?
We are. Thank you so much for having me. I do want to say I was a camper here 30 years ago, so it's very fun to be back and working here at the Seacoast Science Center. We are gearing up for a very busy summer season. We have summer camps that stretch from the end of June all the way to the end of August. Right now we're in the middle of our really busy school field trip season. So today we had 5 school groups, tomorrow we have 4 more. And we're really excited to be welcoming school groups back that couldn't for a long time be with us. And they're just really getting a great education and a great experience being here with us every day.
I've got to ask about, because like I said, my wife works with a school, so they've come to the Seacoast Science Center. And just to see the wonder, right? The wonder of the little kids' faces when they're playing in the tide pools or just seeing a starfish, just their faces light up. And that's what you do. You see that every day. How does that feel?
It's true. It really is magical. You know, I'm in a really nice position just where my office is located that I can hear the delight from the kids outside. It's a really magical place to work, just to be able to see all of that every day. And what's really wonderful is that we have these programs like you saw in the video for every age group. So on Thursday mornings through the fall and winter, we have big fish, little fish. So we get the little babies, little kids and toddlers that are running around. And sometimes they're coloring next to a fish tank. Their parents are picking them up so that they can reach in and hold the sea star. And then we have older groups that come in. We had some high schoolers in today. And it really is, just like you said, it was a magical place to see and see ocean conservation through their eyes, help them to understand, its importance so that they can grow into individuals that really respect our ocean and take care of it.
Natalee, awesome. What's the most important lesson that you are hoping that people of all ages take away from this center and their experience with you?
Really good question. It's really about the conservation of our oceans. We're in a really dynamic spot here in Odeorn Point, as you mentioned, and we really have this place to be this focal point for folks in the Seacoast and across New Hampshire to come and understand what it means to be ocean conservation, savvy, and understand what it means to, not use single-use plastics, and that balloons can be, really dangerous to our wildlife. And then we have a whole nother section of our organization that does marine mammal rescue. And so educating folks about staying away, at least 6 feet away, social distancing before it was cool, to stay away from seals on the beach. And so we really hope that people come away with a more general understanding and deeper understanding of our ocean, and that we need to take care of it.
As a great organization as the Seacoast Science Center is, I mean, obviously you've got the best office view probably of any office in the state. But that also brings one of the other great things about it, and I've been and I've experienced it, and it's a lovely place to learn and to experience no matter what your age is. But the great thing about it is, with all of the state park right next to you, it can be a day-long trip where you could go and you could picnic with your family.
Yes.
You could spend the day and then go to the Seacoast Science Center and walk around and just talk a little bit about the grounds that you're on, because they're beautiful.
They really are, and we are so lucky to be able to take advantage of them. Just as staff, we take a lot of walking meetings because it's just too beautiful to just sit inside and be able to, to go out there is really incredible. Our friends at New Hampshire State Parks have a food truck in the park this summer, which really does exactly what you mentioned. You can come for the entire day. The playground was just refinished through New Hampshire State Parks, and so we cut the ribbon on that last week with them. So we have a playground, we have the beaches, we have hiking trails, we have the science center, so you're able to come and cool off from the heat if you're here, on a hot day in the summer, learn a little bit about what the ocean around us, see some cool fish in our tanks, and it really is a day-long destination.
And there's also all kinds of events that are going on. You've got the 2022 Atlantic Grill Music by the Sea concert series. Ooh. That starts up next month. Tell us a little bit about that and what folks can expect.
Yeah, we're really excited to be bringing back all 4 of our Music by the Sea concerts. So it's every Thursday night in July. We took a break, obviously, in 2020, and then we kind of eased back in with 2 concerts last year. And this year we're back to all 4. So tickets are available on our website. We usually see about 1,500 people every evening for that. We have a bunch of food trucks, and we sell beer and wine, all the things, and to make it a really fun night for families. And they're always really well attended, really rain or shine. And we're excited to come back to that.
Natalee, before we let you go, I'm curious about one thing. You started this conversation by talking about how, as a child, you were at the Seacoast Science Center yourself. So now you are Chief Advancement Officer. I'm just curious, did that visit have an impact on your career path?
It really did, yes. And so Jim Chase, who's our CEO, refers to me in conversations with some of our donors and our board members as a unicorn, because I did, from a very young age, know that I wanted to go into fundraising, and very often folks in my, in our line of work in fundraising and development kind of fall into it from other areas in their career. But from a very young age, I knew that's where I wanted to be. I grew up here in Rye and, came here, like I said, as a kid, and now my kids are campers here too. So it really is a nice full circle moment to be back.
So when you see the look of wonder on the little kids when they come in, whether it's a school or just throughout the course of the day, you look at them and go, that could be me. This is just like me right there. That could, you're making
that was me. Yep.
Yeah, an impression. And your future marine biologists and people trying to conserve our oceans and save our oceans, coming from right within the walls of the Seacoast Science Center.
Absolutely. We have a lot of the folks actually that work here were marine science fellows as high schoolers. The program that we offer for our high school students gives them high school credit across the state. So we have kids that come from all over and drive from quite far to be here with us for that. And some of them now work for us full time as naturalists, which is pretty amazing.
Well, congratulations. It is a wonderful resource and a wonderful place to visit and spend time. So
that's
congratulations on a job well
done.
Thank
you so much.
And if you care about the oceans and you want to help, you could also be a part of New Hampshire Gives here tonight and give to the Seacoast Science Center. Natalee, great to see you and continued success.
Thank
nice
you
work.
so much.
There you go.
Thank you.
Great
Thanks,
job.
Natalee.
That's Natalee Martin, the
Appreciate
Chief
that.
Advancement Officer of the Seacoast Science Center in Rye. It's a beautiful place.
Just
And
awesome.
those concerts, you're out there and there's a gentle breeze coming off the ocean. I know I'm just thinking about it. It's beautiful to be out there. If you've never been, I don't care if you're from Conway or Peterborough or wherever you are. It's worth the drive to go to the Seacoast Science Center.
It's beautiful, and it's perfectly located. Odiorn.
Yeah.
Odiorn State Park. What's Odiorn?
That's a good question. I'm not going to answer and be wrong. I have an idea, but I don't want to be wrong.
I have
But
no
I will
idea.
tell you, it's got historical. There's an old fortress built right on the grounds, and it's got a picnic tables, and it's got a little playground there for you all along a rocky coast that you could take the kids out and they can learn and look in tide pools and see all kinds of ocean life. It's really a special resource to have in New Hampshire.
First time I went out there, it was in 1999. Lamar Alexander was running for president. He was the former senator from Tennessee. He was doing one of those big picnics. He did a lobster dinner for like 500 people, and it was at Odiorn State Park.
Yep.
There you go.
He was wearing the red and black checkered
Red
shirt.
and black, that's right. That's absolutely right.
It's only thing he had one
There
shirt.
you go. That's
Yeah.
it. See, you get a little bit of history of all random kinds here on New Hampshire Gives.
You can't
So-
become the president when you only got one shirt.
That's
Sorry,
it. This is true. This is true. Life lesson. Lamar, thank you for that contribution.
He was a good guy, though.
He was a really nice guy.
I don't want to make fun of him.
Speaking of contributions, this is for you because you
Right.
have to read this part, but there are a number of sponsors that are really hugely important, just contributors helping us put all this together and be able to bring this event live to you every year, and here's one of them.
One of them is the Bar Harbor Bank and Trust. They joined New Hampshire Gives as the Manchester Regional Champion this year. They're a champion for their region and understand the impact a statewide giving day can have in the state's largest community, so we say thank you very much to them.
Absolutely.
So.
Greetings. I'm Sarah Katniss, Colleague Engagement Manager for Bar Harbor Bank and Trust. We are excited and honored to be participating in this year's New Hampshire Gives. At Bar Harbor Bank and Trust, we take great pride in the places we call home. Through volunteerism, employee-owned giving, and charitable efforts, we have supported thousands of organizations throughout northern New England. Through the work of New Hampshire Gives, partnerships and lifelong connections are made. These activities strengthen our communities and support area nonprofits to continue their good work. We've partnered with New Hampshire Gives, and if your circumstances allow you to give, we encourage you to join us in supporting New Hampshire nonprofits today. We believe good things happen when we work together.
So again, many thanks to Bar Harbor Bank and Trust for being one of our sponsors of New Hampshire Gives for 2022. A lot of businesses, a lot of corporations helping out, as well as many, many individuals. 14,000 of you donated last year, and as of 6/21, 2,443 donors so far in just the first almost 90 minutes of our broadcast.
I'll tell you,
it's just wonderful.
just as much as raising money for all these organizations is important, which it certainly is, that's why we're here. Creating awareness about what they do at the Seacoast Science Center and some of the other organizations that we talk to is really letting people from all across the state know these great resources that we have all across the state, many of which maybe they've never known about or never seen anything about. So that's another important thing that we're doing here today, is creating awareness. So
on a personal level, it's one of the things that draws the two of us into this event and volunteering to have this conversation, because I don't know about you, but I feel like I learn a lot about the nonprofits in New Hampshire. Because to your point, you know, when people think nonprofit, they might think the biggies, right? The United Way, the American Red Cross. Sure. But there are so many service nonprofits in New Hampshire that are filling very specific needs that, you know, you might have the food insecurity, that's Meals on Wheels, but there are also a number of things like navigating the legal system when you need help with something, and that can be extraordinarily challenging even when you have resources.
And intimidating.
Right? And imagine when you don't have resources. And I think that's a good segue into a conversation that we have with our next guests that are going to be coming to us online. We'd love to invite now to the screen Sarah Mattson Dustin, the Executive Director of New Hampshire Legal Assistance, along with Sonya Bellafant, Executive Director of 603 Legal Aid. Hi, ladies.
Hi, guys.
As we welcome you into the broadcast, and thank you both so much for what you do and for a few minutes of your time, I want to talk about this and set this up so that you can tell us more. 603 Legal Aid and New Hampshire Legal Assistance are New Hampshire's civil legal aid providers. They fundraise together through the Campaign for Legal Services, which is what we want you to give in New Hampshire Gives, the Campaign for Legal Services. Tell us a little bit, maybe each of you, and Sarah, I'll come to you first, and Sonya, you as well, for 603 Legal Aid. Could each of you talk a little bit about the services that you provide and the needs that you are filling in the New Hampshire community?
Sure. Thank you so much for having us. We're happy to be here. So here at New Hampshire Legal Assistance, we are a nonprofit law firm, and we work with clients who have low income or are older adults, age 60 and up, on civil legal issues that impact their basic needs. So that means helping people preserve their housing if they're facing eviction or foreclosure. We help survivors of domestic violence get access to protective orders and other family law relief. We work with people who are trying to get access to public benefits for which they're eligible. And we do it all, from giving people basic legal information to representing people in all of New Hampshire state and federal courts. So that's what we're doing, and we do it with our number one partner, 603 Legal Aid.
Sonya, tell us a little bit about yours.
I'd love to. So much like Sarah at New Hampshire Legal Assistance, 603 Legal Aid is a nonprofit that also provides civil legal aid for those who are low income and vulnerable. We start with centralized intake statewide so that we can at least give people advice that they may not otherwise be privy to. And so that helps a lot of the times expand the resources across the state, empowering and educate. We also have a really robust pro bono department. So although the New Hampshire Legal Assistance is quite large in the state of New Hampshire, the demand is by far outpaced by the number of attorneys available. So with the private bar, we're able to partner with them to provide assistance for those who otherwise wouldn't have access to a civil legal aid attorney in much of the same areas that Sarah just referenced.
So Sonya, I'll ask you, and then I'd like an answer from Sarah too, because when you're providing people with the access to justice and legal assistance at a time in life when seriously they need it, they're experiencing serious issues. Talk about the satisfaction that I have to believe you feel when you give them and point them in the right direction and give them the help that they didn't think they could get, but they are able to do so through your organizations. You must see some pretty inspiring stories of people who get the help they need. That's got to feel good.
I couldn't agree more. One of the reasons why I really love what I do and appreciate the honor of being part of the legal community here in New Hampshire is because of the reward we see when clients reach out to us and ask for assistance and realize that there are laws or protections that allow them to keep their housing or that allow them to continue to put food on their table because they have access to public benefits. Or equally important, they're able to preserve their safety for themselves and their children from a domestic violence situation. In cases where it's a senior, there's a number of resources that we have that help them as they age in place so they can have great quality of life. But those stories, talking to those clients and realizing the impact we have individually inspire not only me, I'm sure, but Sarah and both of our staffs every single day.
Sarah, same for you?
Absolutely. The civil legal system is really complex. Many of the laws that our clients are interacting with are just mazes of places to where a misstep can cost you something really important, like the place that you live or protection from an abuser. So we, I think, really love being able to be an agency that can help make the legal system accessible to everyone. We think of that as being access to justice, and whether or not you're able to access that justice should not depend on whether you can afford to pay a lawyer or not. So we wish that we had many dozens more lawyers, and that's why New Hampshire Gives is so terrific for us, because it helps us get legal help into the hands of people who need it. But you're absolutely right. It's incredibly rewarding work that we feel that we're greatly privileged to be able to do. I couldn't agree more.
Not to gloom and doom this conversation at all, but and because you are there and you're doing this work on behalf of people every single day. And thanks to both of you for your organization's efforts. But I can't even imagine what navigating the system would be like without your two organizations. What would people face if they didn't have the kind of help that you're providing?
That's a really good question. And to be honest, the consequences are numerous. Oftentimes, one of the biggest deterrents to establishing basic necessities is knowledge or having someone who can give you the advocacy because you don't have the confidence to do it yourself. So that could be anything from impacting the education your children are privy to because of where your house was located or housing was located. It could impact your ability to retain your housing voucher. And so you may not be able to get to your employment. So that impacts everything that has to do with your finances in the home.
It could have something to do with, I mean, it could even impact the education your child needs if they have special education needs and having someone advocate on that realm. There are so many areas that having a barrier to accessing justice present that we would probably spend more time than we have here to document them, to note them here. I mean, the list is endless.
Yeah.
And huge right now, as I expect you're probably hearing from other guests, is the affordable housing shortage in New Hampshire is just acute and seems to be getting worse with every day. And a lot of what we do at NHLA and 603 Legal Aid is keep people in their housing. And right now we are in a housing market in which our clients who have low income, perhaps have impaired credit, are going to have a really difficult time getting to the top of the list to get their next apartment. So losing an apartment may mean not a move, but may mean a slide into homelessness that could be chronic in this housing environment. So we want to make sure that people aren't evicted unless the law says that they ought to be. We don't want people to not contest an eviction when they have a right to do so. And so we try really hard to, even if we're not able to represent someone, to get information into their hands so they're able to advocate for themselves.
You're the light in the dark, really, at a time when people, no, it's really true. I mean, that's what I'm thinking, because at a time when they really need it, where they think they don't have a place to turn, whether it's homelessness or maybe escaping the cycle of domestic violence, you know, one of the things you mentioned that is impacted is personal safety. You know, to know that there are a legal place where they can go and get access to legal advice and legal assistance to help break those kind of cycles, it can be a matter of, and I don't think I'm exaggerating it when I say it could be a matter of life and death. And being there is that light in the tunnel. So that is part of the work you do, and I don't think anybody could thank you enough for that. So thank you on behalf of everybody that you work with that benefits from it, because it's an amazing and much needed resource, and it's nice to have you be a part of the New Hampshire Gives Day today.
Yeah.
So.
And before we let you go, Sarah and Sonya, we need to just sort of repeat that 603 Legal Aid and New Hampshire Legal Assistance are fundraising together tonight with New Hampshire Gives through the Campaign for Legal Services. That's the one you want to look for to help give to this particular group. And before we let you go, obviously the funds will help cover the expenses of all these operations, which I'm sure can be very expensive.
Right.
But are you also trying to recruit more attorneys? I mean, we all know lawyers in our lives, and I mean, do you need more?
That's a yes. I could tell.
Always, we are always actively recruiting for pro bono attorneys. The more attorneys we have, the more likely we are to expand our ability to stretch these resources, which are limited. I mean, the demand is by far outpaces our resources. But with private attorneys, we can continue to reach those individuals who otherwise might not have access to an attorney.
And we can teach you how to do it. If you don't know how to represent a domestic violence survivor or defend an eviction, we will make sure you know how to do it.
We'll even provide the malpractice insurance. We'll make sure that you have all the resources you need.
Look how they lit up with
I told you the answer was yes. I knew the answer was yes.
They were chomping at the bit for that question.
So let's say that there are maybe there are some attorneys watching or family members of attorneys who want to suggest, hey, here's something you might want to check out. Where can they see you and get information?
You can find me anywhere, but let me easily make it even easier. It's 603-584-4141. If you'd like to volunteer at 603 Legal Aid, please call me directly. If that's not ideal, please reach out to me at the email or on our website at 603legalaid.org.
Okay, great.
And Sarah?
So we actually want everyone to go to 603legalaid.org. So if you're looking for legal help, you can apply right on the website, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And 603 Legal Aid does a great job of getting clients who need help through to us at New Hampshire Legal Assistance. So that's your one-stop shop.
Ladies, thank you so much. Sarah Mattson Dustin, the Executive Director of New Hampshire Legal Assistance, and Sonya Bellafant, Executive Director of 603 Legal Aid. And that number again was 603-584-4141.
Thank you for what you do, ladies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you both. Thank you. And again, another one of those programs that people don't necessarily think about.
I know.
But imagine the impact or the loss if those programs weren't available to people who are struggling. They're at their wits' end. They're now in the legal system in some way, shape, or form and have no idea how to navigate it. Those two groups are a lifeline.
Well, they talked about the housing crunch, and if you know anybody that's been looking for an apartment or a house, how incredibly hard it is. Imagine struggling to make ends meet and not having a place to go, and the threat of being evicted. You know, the legal community, there are laws that have to be followed, and sometimes they're not. People try to get away with not doing it, and they're there to ensure that the laws are followed to prevent that slide into homelessness. And you know, they also, like I said, deal with domestic abuse. It really can be a matter of life and death. That's not a stretch. No. That's not a stretch to get there. So if you would like to help out, if that is a cause that you think is important, you're right on the website now. All you got to do is go to their make their selection and make a donation.
The New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits is really the backbone operation for NewHampshireGives.org, but so is the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation. So many thanks to Kathleen Reardon and to Kristen Oliveri, and this just in another sponsorship for you to be able to sort of
I was just going to say, actually, we're going to highlight a little bit of our friends from the People's United Bank. They have been the Training Titan sponsor since 2018. Their support makes it possible for the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits to offer educational opportunities in the form of workshops, webinars, and online resources to all the participating nonprofits. And here's a little bit about them.
Hi, I'm Kathy Sherling, Director of Marketing with People's United, a division of M&T Bank. At People's United, helping our communities grow and thrive has always been an important part of our business. New Hampshire is not only where we do business, it's where nearly 250 of our employees have chosen to live and raise their families. Each year, we support more than 250 organizations through donations, sponsorships, volunteer time, and more. We're proud to be back this year as a sponsor of New Hampshire Gives and hope your fundraising is a huge success this year. Thank you.
There you go. Just getting to know some more friends, learning a little bit about these organizations that make New Hampshire run, that are the fabric of all of our communities. And that also is not an overstatement. Nope. You know, every single community is a unit of fabric, and part of the fabric that makes the whole piece of clothing strong is the people in it, right? And it's people helping their neighbors. It's neighbors helping neighbors. That's one of the great things about being from New England, and especially New Hampshire. I think that makes it so special.
Yeah. And I mean, from my perspective, relationships are the key to the success of it all. Sure. And there are so many folks that are interconnected with not just this operation of putting on this 24 hours of giving, which is fantastic, but all year long, the relationships, being able to pick up the phone or jump onto the email machines and be able to connect with folks.
Jumping on the email machine.
I'm just trying to get them. I'm going to throw this to them.
I jumped on the email machine like I was riding a horse.
We were surfing the interwebs.
I was on the interwebs. Oh, the things I saw. Oh my gosh, over here. I'm the old guy, not him.
But I'm making a good old guy, though, right? I'm trying to keep some balance. But the point is, the connections are what matter. It's these relationships, knowing people to be able to pick up the phone, knowing someone like Sarah, knowing someone that can help you out. When you know someone is in legal jam, it makes all the difference in the world. So these dollars really help fuel the connections. But these relationships, it's what's wonderful about being in a small state.
I told them that they're the light in the dark.
They certainly are.
And they truly are.
Yep.
But there are so many of the organizations involved here, 590 nonprofits, many of which are exactly the same in that they're a place to turn when somebody thinks they don't have any other place to turn to. New Hampshire Food Bank, when somebody goes home and they open the pantry and there's no food in there. You know, how do you feed your kids? How do you look in there and go, I don't know what I'm going to feed my kids? There are organizations, food banks, food pantries. You talked about New Horizons. So many places that do that kind of light in the dark work. Right here in New Hampshire, and that's what this 24 hours is all about. And never more so than today. In the next 24 hours is your $5, $10, $20 donation or more going to have a bigger impact because of all of the bonus pools and the matching numbers that we're able to share today.
Yeah.
So that's big.
Yeah, and let's bring Kristen Oliveri back in from the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation, because I think it's really important as we just get started to keep hammering home this bonus pool concept of what's going on. And Kristen,
you
welcome
hammer
back.
it home, Sonny. Don't hurt yourself. I'm going to sit here and watch you
bring the two bald old farts in to talk about fundraising in New Hampshire, and here we are. So tell us a little bit about the bonus pool and what people need to look for online, because I just don't want you to miss that opportunity.
So for the bonus pool, if you just want to go online to newhampshiregives.org and support your favorite nonprofit, you can do that, and that helps those organizations. That will help them get a portion of the bonus pool. However, if you want to go a little bit further, if you have a little bit more to give, you can also contribute to the bonus pool. And when you're checking out, if you've already selected your 5 nonprofits you want to support, you can just add to contribute to the bonus pool.
Love it.
And it adds to the $200,000 we have for the site-wide bonus pool.
Just fantastic.
$25K for the North Country nonprofits and $15K for the Upper Valley.
And there's $1.4 million in bonus pool and matching funds. So there's a lot of money that's at play here that can be matched.
Absolutely. So if you go to the website under menu and go to matches, you'll see all of the organizational matches, so you can double your donation.
I mean, it's fantastic.
It's crazy.
We're trying to make it as easy as we can.
I know.
Do you have anything that we're supposed to have that's in your hands?
I just have some donor call-outs that I would love for you to shout out.
Shout-outs.
Here, I know that first name. I know that first name. Hi, Sarah.
Sarah Parashino,
Yep.
did I say that correct?
You got
$10 to the Crisis Center of Central New Hampshire. Thank you very much, Sarah. Also, Carrie Norton, $20 to the SOS Recovery Community Organization.
Carrie.
They do great work.
Hi, Carrie.
So
we
thank
know
you
these
very
people.
much. Yeah.
These are good names to bring out.
Jordan Cashman, $30 to the Seacoast Science Center, somebody who appreciates that. Barbara Ball, $25 to the Lakes Region Humane Society. Ellen McNeil, $25 to the
that looks like the Building Community in New
Building
Hampshire.
Community Center. Okay, Community in New Hampshire. Okay. Alice Zink gave $10 to the Pope Memorial Humane Society. Robert Goodby and Tracy Botting gave $50 to New Hampshire Humanities, and Les and Phil Dion gave $50 to the Newfound Lake Region Association. So all different causes all over the state benefiting today.
How are we doing?
I'm doing great.
Yeah?
And I'm going to be back soon because I have another prize to give to you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I think I have one now. I think, am I supposed to do this now?
Do you?
I do.
Oh, is that the Training Titan prize?
Yeah, it is. I have
Fire
to
away,
announce
brother.
that. Am I doing that all right?
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
Sure.
So we'll let you go so that you can. Okay.
In a little bit. With
Visit
another
anytime.
prize.
Well, you are welcome.
You know where to find
here.
us.
This is your home. You're welcome here. Want to say a very big component of New Hampshire Gives is education and knowledge. We've been talking about that all night. Sharing for the nonprofits. The Training Titan Prize is sponsored by People's United Bank. It was randomly drawn from all the organizations that had representative at one of the 4 NH Gives webinars this spring, and the winner is the Center for Life Management. They're going to receive a $500 cash prize. So
nice.
Congratulations to the Center for Life Management.
That's awesome.
Congratulations.
So if we could just do a little campaign reset here.
Sure.
nhgives.org, 24 hours of giving. We jumped online and got going live at 5 o'clock. So we're coming in on our second hour. We're going to be online all night long, broadcasting a number of different features, highlighting a number of different programs, and encouraging folks to dig and give deep and share the word to spread it to their friends.
Right.
We're going to go all the way to 5 o'clock tomorrow. We're broadcasting live in Durham right now from NH PBS headquarters, and thank you very much to our friends from Public Broadcasting.
They're the best.
They are wonderful. But I'm looking at the ticker at this point, and of the 590 nonprofits that have registered, we already have donations to 480 of them. So we are really, really doing well, and I just want to thank you for that. And as I'm also watching the money ticker, we're almost at $750,000 here. So it's just a lot of generosity from the state of New Hampshire, despite the many economic challenges that many of us face right now and sort of the chaos of the unknown, still digging deep, and we just really appreciate you.
I would also add that is a big number.
That is a big number.
$725,000 is a big number.
Yep.
The number that the need is much greater than that. So don't think 720. Wow, they're doing great. I don't need to give. That could not be further from the truth. You're looking at 590 different organizations that do all kinds of work all across the state, from arts and humanities to history and culture to health and well-being to helping the elderly to providing shelter and food for people that need it all across the state. What is it, 1.2 million? Is that how many people?
Yeah, 1.3.
1.3 million in the state?
Yeah.
So that is the number. Don't be intimidated by the 725 number on your screen. Please do give if you can. We realize that it's a tough time. There's a lot of it costs a lot of money to put that money in the gas tank, but whatever you can give would be greatly appreciated and will be compounded upon if you make a donation tonight.
Yeah, and don't forget what Kristen said before. There's a lot of money sitting there assigned to different programs and nonprofits that are direct matches that will double your dollars.
Right.
So think of it that way. No matter what you give, with so many people donating, we're going to be making a huge difference once again this year. And so
You're going to be making a huge difference.
Right.
Right.
Absolutely. So we want to bring in another guest and highlight a really, really amazing program that is a few years in operation, but it is growing fast. And I just am thrilled to welcome Christine Phillips, who is nice to see you again, Christine.
Good to see you.
Christine is the executive director and co-founder of Friends of Aine in Manchester. And I'll start this off so that Christine doesn't have to give full description, but you provide bereavement support, services, and resources to children and families who have suffered the loss of a loved one. And thanks to the generosity of donors, there's no cost to families. So could you talk to us a little bit about, as a founder, why you founded Friends of Aine?
Sure. Thank you, first of all, for having me.
It's great to see you.
Thanks. So we started Friends of Aine right around 2013 when David and I lost our daughter, Anya, in 2010. She was 8 years old and misdiagnosed. And we found through that time that there were support services for David and I as adults, but there was limited resources available for support for our daughter, Bella. Bella had lost her big sister, and she needed a place to go and be with other kids that she could relate to that felt the same way as her. So we got involved as a fundraising organization for a little while, helping other groups try to fund some bereavement programs, and realized the need was huge, and went out on our own in 2018 in order to provide peer-to-peer support services to grieving children and families in the state.
The realities of experiencing a loss like that as a child, we as parents, we want to do everything we can to help them. But there are sometimes when we can't reach certain places in a situation like that with a child, and giving them the opportunity, and what you've done and what you've created is a way to reach places that even the most loving parent sometimes can't reach. And not only is that a hard realization for all parents, but you stepping forward and doing something about that is beautiful. It's a beautiful gift. So thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We, our kids come in with all kinds of adverse childhood experiences. Grief is the reason they come through our doors, and we are honored to be with these kids and to hear their stories. The idea is that they come into a home that feels safe and is compassionate, where there are other adults that are safe in their environment. But the beauty of it is it's kids helping kids.
Right.
They're in peer groups, and they're telling each other what they do when they feel a certain way. They're telling one another, they're teaching compassion to each other and trying to help the other kids.
What does that do when you watch that? Because I've had the honor of touring your home, and it's beautiful. It's on the west side of Manchester. It's just gorgeous, and you've got it structured so beautifully to have that comfortable home environment where the kids can just be kids. But what do you see when they start to share their stories with one another and recognize that they're not the only ones that are struggling in this moment in their lives? What do you see?
So grief is different, right? It's unique for every child that comes through the door, for every adult. And we want to recognize that uniqueness in these kids. It's also, it's visceral. You can see grief.
Sure.
They have slumped shoulders. They have their fingers in their mouth. They won't look at you. They don't want to leave their mom or their dad or their caregiver's side. We have a lot of grandparents that are also bringing kids to our programs. And to see that, it's heartbreaking. We know why they're there. And what we end up seeing later on is 2 or 3 weeks into our program, they're saying, "See you later," and they're running upstairs to their room.
Right.
And
That's awesome.
and the shoulders are back, and the head is higher, and they're beautiful.
And grief is difficult to predict, I would imagine. I don't know if there must not be a timetable for it, because grief can show itself months, even years later than the situation that caused it, right?
Yeah, it's a great point, because we serve children ages 4 through 18.
Right.
And we put them into support groups of like ages so that they can identify with each other. But each developmental stage is another time frame for grief.
Right.
So if you're 4, 5, 6, your grief looks different from when you're going to be a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really, really sad to think about that, because that means a child goes through the grief process on a whole new level with each developmental stage.
Sure.
They re-grieve. And it can become very, very intense, because developmentally they've learned more.
Right.
They have more questions, and they have more feelings to deal with.
It's smart to divide it up by age like that, because that sort of emotional and intellectual development, it really does, it opens doors to more complicated emotions, and it's great to put that together. I have another question.
Sure.
In having met you and your husband before, there are probably a lot of families that have not experienced something like this. And one of the things that really resonated with me that your husband talked about was that difference between saying to someone who might be grieving, "Oh, I know how you feel," versus "I get it." That sort of almost a dismissive, "Yeah, I know," or "No, I get where you're at right now." And it seems like a slight difference, but it seems such an important distinction.
It's incredibly important to recognize the difference in the language, because there are certain ways to speak with grieving people. And to walk into a room where somebody has experienced the same thing you have, whether they've lost a child or a parent or a best friend, a sibling, sorry, I lost my train of thought. They
are defensive?
They get defensive, thank you, without the right language. But
Sure.
to feel that it's a feeling.
Yep.
It's not even, when you step into a room of people who get it, you know they get it. They don't
Right.
have to say anything to you.
It has to be the first response to "I know how you feel" has to be "You don't."
No, you don't. Exactly.
You don't.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm listening
Don't
to
know.
you. I'm listening to you speak, and I'm listening to you talk about what you do. And what strikes me is you talked about peer to peer. These are kids helping kids.
Yep.
We are living in we have created a generation and are living in a time when kids, I hope, are more in tune with that. Like, I see my kids when they were in school, you notice that kids really care about other kids and are much more willing to help them because we're teaching them to. And so that not only helps them now, that will help their kids, because they will teach their kids, and right on down the line. And the benefit from a program like yours is going to spread out like the wings. I don't mean to be corny, but I mean spread out like the wings of a butterfly. And every generation is going to be better.
A dragonfly.
Or dragonfly. Yeah, but I mean, it will last for generations.
Yeah.
And that's something that's a gift you can't put a price on.
No doubt.
Right there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
an amazing work. It's important work.
Yeah.
This is part of mental health and well-being for children.
Right.
And the sooner we can start working with them, the better. It's a preventative practice.
Yeah, right.
And the beauty, again, is the peer-to-peer piece, right? We're not clinicians and therapists. We use best practice, and we rely on the expertise of the experts.
Sure.
And make sure our kids are safe and supported in all the ways that we can.
Yeah.
It really is an amazing place to be. They're beautiful.
It's a beautiful legacy for your
Thank
daughter.
you.
It's great.
It is
Beautiful
a legacy for our daughter, for Anya, and it is because of our daughter Bella, who is.
How's she doing?
She's doing lovely. She's a 17-year-old now. She was almost 6 when her sister died. And Bella has worked on teen programs for us, and we've worked with the University of Chicago on a teen virtual program that Bella was a co-facilitator for and helped in that research. So she's doing great.
All right, so before we let you go, two quick questions. First and foremost, tell us about the second annual Gathering in Remembrance, which is Sunday, June 12th at Northeast Delta in Manchester.
Yes, so we started quite a while ago with a very small gathering, when we call it a butterfly release. And I know you did. You brought it. That was so good. You knew.
Spot on.
So the butterfly is very symbolic, obviously. But these are real live butterflies, and we keep them dormant up until the event, and then we have the children come down onto Fisher. We do this at Fisher Cat Stadium. Children come down onto the field and they release the butterflies. It's beautiful.
I'm sure.
But we're doing this on Sunday from 3 to 5. It is a community-wide event. We've asked our community partners to come in and set up tables and be able to show and talk about what they do, right? This is a collaborative effort for our kids. We have got to all come together and figure out how we're going to help them. Their mental health is at stake here.
So great. My only other question is, so Friends of Anya, and thank you so much for sharing your story and your family story and turning this into something that really pays it forward to others. But besides the funds that we're raising, what do you need?
Wow.
Not to stump you.
Yeah, no, I know what I want to say, but I'm not sure if it's politically correct, so I won't. We need funding for our kids. Bottom line, we are free services. We don't charge anything to our families, and we feel that that's really, really important. And we don't want to change that. So we rely heavily on individual donors and corporate sponsors in our events in order to continue to offer free services. So, I liked what you said earlier, Greg, about, the $25, $10, $25, $50. Those numbers add up, and they mean so much to us.
Sure.
It isn't the big dollars all the time. It's a lot of the little dollars that really help us, too. So I just want people to understand that, because everything that's being done in the next 24 hours helps everything.
It's wonderful.
For somebody that maybe doesn't have a lot of money, that $5 to $10 is a big deal. And to know that it's being used, not only is it being accepted by organizations like Christine's, it's being compounded on. With the bonus money and the matches and stuff, and it really does make a difference. Don't think that any amount is too little.
Exactly.
You're doing impactful work that will last for generations.
Yeah,
really,
it's a
seriously.
privilege. It really is.
It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Christine Phillips, Friends of Anya, you are a bright light. Thank you so much for shining on us for a little while.
Thank you.
It's wonderful.
You guys are great. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Best of luck.
Thank you.
So again, such incredible work and just honorable efforts that are happening every day, some of which we know about in high profile and others that we don't. So again, on Christine's behalf, just as a quick reminder of what she was talking about, this is a great thing. Go check it out. A second annual Gathering in Remembrance. It's Sunday, June 12th at Northeast Delta Dental, right there in downtown Manchester. And there are a number of different services and programs that are all going to be there and on display as well. So it's really a great opportunity for families that might be going through something like this to check out and find those available resources in one place.
And I just love that we're teaching our kids to be more caring.
Yeah.
And not that
absolutely.
Not that we didn't grow up caring, but to be active in that caring and to step out of our own shells and think about how we impact others and how we can impact others' lives by doing simple things, whether or not it's donating tonight or actually calling to volunteer at any one of these organizations. It will stretch over generations and generations and make a difference in future lives too, which is just, it's beautiful. It's a great, beautiful legacy to Anya.
Yeah.
So that's great work.
No shortage of stories.
And so many people that we have to say thank you to and tell you a little bit about. And next we'd like to tell you a little bit about the New Hampshire Rivers Council and NeighborWorks Southern New Hampshire. We got a little video for you, so let's check that out.
When an 8-year-old girl comes to you with 6 dead brook trout and asks why, there is no question. A restoration is necessary. Hello, my name is Michelle Tremblay. I'm president of the Board of Directors of the New Hampshire Rivers Council. We are here together on McQuestion Brook to talk about the restoration. Working with project partners, the New Hampshire Rivers Council opened up this watershed by removing 4 dams and 3 culverts. This created fast flowing water that has oxygen for fish. Fish are able to flow freely, and there's food. We're standing at the site of the former Fish Killer Dam. This is the area where brook trout were found suffocated, trapped behind a dam. Now, with the dam gone, the reach is fully restored for fish and aquatic organisms and for people to enjoy in the middle of Manchester. Removing dams and culverts is important, but it's also important that we continue the work and monitor our progress, and then look for ways to assure that the restoration is sustained and improved. Please think about the New Hampshire Rivers Council for New Hampshire Gives. Your generous gifts assure that this restoration continues, it's enhanced, and that we can continue our work for you. So when Sophie comes to us next time and asks why, there's no question about it. The trout will thrive.
My mortgage loan officer was very familiar with the process. He used to work in programs like this. So when I approached him for wanting to buy a house, he was like, I got some people I need to introduce you to. It was great to be able to have somebody that this is their entire life, to help people who have no idea on what it's like to go into the home buying process and guide them. It was great to have somebody that had no emotional ties to me, to just take a hard look at my line items on my budget and point out the things that need to be reined in a little bit. This is a big decision. It's a big choice, and for me, single home buyer, just making sure that whatever decision ends up being made is a right decision. I'd probably be in a worse financial position now than I was 3 years ago. And then on top of that, I probably would still be living in the studio that I was in miserable and angry because I didn't have a clear path forward.
Just a few more examples of some of the many organizations that are the focus of our 24 hours of raising funds here through nhgives.org. 590 nonprofits are signed up for this effort. And
it's unbelievable.
And your donating pace is just inspiring. It's wonderful. 2,966 donors at this point, including some of our friends like Nina Gardner, who gave $50 to the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project, an anonymous donation of $50 to the Manchester Animal Shelter. And Eric Nilsson, he gave $50 to the Colonial Theater in Bethlehem. Alfred Dolman gave $100 to the New Hampshire Food Bank.
Also, thank you to Gene and Steve Patton. They gave $100 to the Upper Valley Haven. Thank you very much. And Megan Curtis, $50 to the Concord Coalition to End Hopelessness. All great organizations and all very, very generous people giving their money. So thank you so much. We want to introduce you to another friend that is going to join us on the video board. We are going to say hello to Stephanie Slayton, the Executive Director of the TLC Resource Center in Claremont. Hello. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome to TLC. Just so you know, TLC provides services for children and families in Sullivan and Grafton counties. They're a part of a network of family resource centers across the state that provide critical support to families under one roof, programs for children's, teens, and parents. So, Stephanie, can you give us some examples of how the supports your organization provides? What are you seeing in terms of need? What's the big need right now?
Yeah, thank you. It's exciting to be here and hear you listing all of these amazing nonprofits. I think that, I've been at TLC for the last year and a half, and I am still actually learning about all of the amazing things we're doing. So we've grown a lot. We have the 4 programs you mentioned. So we do youth programming, programming for people in recovery, family supports, and our rural outright, actually, which is for LGBTQIA+.
Mm-hmm.
What we're working on this year is really building a stronger, healthier community together. So TLC stands for Teach Loving Connections. And we're really just embracing that concept this year as we kind of come out of the pandemic and start thinking about, what is it that our community really needs? And the feeling is we need to be connected. We need to come together and talk about how we're going to take care of each other, take care of ourselves, make sure people are reconnecting with their peers. That's especially critical for children and youth, as you know. It's been a long road for them over the past couple of years. So a lot of the new programs and activities that we're offering are really based on that.
Are you seeing one issue maybe be a little bit more prominent, coming out of those COVID couple of years, like you talked about socialization and things like that? Are you seeing one thing, a little bit more prevalent than maybe it was before?
Yeah, we have this new moms group. It's really incredible. And if you can imagine what it must have been like for them to have their first baby during a pandemic, for some of the moms, people weren't even allowed to be in the room while the baby was being born. And then some of those things that might happen after you welcome a new little one to your house, people coming in and helping with childcare while you take a nap or bringing you food. A lot of those things didn't happen. Sure. So these moms are feeling pretty isolated. And unfortunately, when we feel lonely, we start to feel sad. And when we feel sad and we've got this new baby that we're not really sure what to do with, that can kind of spiral, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so we talk a lot about that. And our team has gotten some extra training in what's called perinatal mental health, which is providing some extra supports to moms up until the baby turns 1. And really focusing in on how they're feeling. We do the new moms group to connect them to other new moms. We were doing it virtually for a while, which was funny because you'd have all these like moms and babies up on the screen, the microphone wants to pick up the babies crying but the moms worked through that. And then they realized, well, everyone's baby is crying and that's okay. It's okay that we're going through that and we can talk about it together. So I think that piece is kind of illustrative of what we've seen in other groups that we work with as well.
Realizing they're not the only one, right? Going through that, they're not in it
Absolutely.
alone is crucial. This is Stephanie Slayton, the Executive Director of the TLC Family Resource Center in Claremont.
Stephanie, one of the things as I'm listening to you talk about these connections between the Family Resource Center and the families themselves is, I'm reminded of that analogy of instead of plucking and rescuing someone else at the bottom of the stream, you're catching them before they fall in. And so much of what you're doing is proactive. So much of it is, like you said a minute ago, supports, not necessarily fixing a problem, but helping prevent them in the first place. How important is that to a family, a mom's or a dad's esteem and sense of confidence and connectivity to the family? How important is that to you?
I think it's huge. We talk a lot about how in the world of nonprofits, we are trying to work ourselves out of a job, essentially, right? Most of us really want to do exactly what you're saying. We want to go up the stream, figure out where people are falling into the river, and build a bridge. Let's make sure they're not falling in anymore and they can get to where they want to go in an easier way. And so we need both. We need to be doing that, and we need to continue doing our intervention services. Our peer recovery program is a great intervention model. And I think when you look at using people who have that lived experience, like so many of our programs do, you start talking about how do we authentically help people from a place of knowing and experience. And we sit down with them and we say, no, you're having a tough day. And I've had those kinds of tough days too. And let's talk about some of the things that you do sometimes to get through the tough days. And just really letting people know that they're not in it alone when they do fall in the river. Hey, we fell in the river too. Here's how we think we can help you get out. Do you want to try this? Or maybe you want to try this other way over here. And so that peer model is also a way to build prevention and intervention. So with youth youth, we use that peer model in like substance use prevention. And then with adults who maybe are already in recovery, we can use it there as well.
Great.
You mentioned earlier the LGBTQ community, and I didn't know if you had said youth, I didn't know if you said or adults, or if it applies to both. But, you know, I mean, you'd think we live in a world where everybody's accepted and let them be comfortable in their own skin and love everybody. But sometimes people, you know, have issues, whether they're family issues, and what does the TLC Center help them cope with that and help them to sort of be more comfortable in who they are and love themselves? Is that what you do?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think, you know, our model is really around education and information and awareness.
Right.
And so sometimes we're doing that for people to make healthier decisions for themselves, so they have all the information they need to figure things out. And sometimes we're doing it with the broader community so that they can create some awareness about the different types of people that live in our community with us. So, for example, next Saturday, June 18th, we have our Pride community event. That will be at noon at Arrowhead Recreation Center here in Claremont. And that's just an event for the entire community.
Right.
But there's a resource fair there so people can get more information about LGBTQ resources. There will be activities and programs and a great barbecue. But the idea is that we can all come together.
Sure.
And I think when we're in the same space, we start to understand, oh, wait, we both like to play cornhole. It doesn't really matter that you're gay or transgender.
Right.
You know, you're still beating me at cornhole. So we have that in common. Or, you know, that's the thing. I think it's finding those threads of commonality. We all want to feel like we belong.
When you're in that moment, Stephanie, right? When you're in a place like the barbecue, right? And you're watching this go on, and you're watching that personal connection, you know, and that communication between people that might not have done so before. How gratifying is that for you?
It's exciting.
Right?
You know that feeling you get when, my kids call it like you're filling your bucket. You know, I think kindergarten teachers probably teach them how to do that with their friends, but those are the moments of filling my bucket.
Sure.
Because this work is hard. There's some tough days. And all I need to do is go, you know, sit in the playroom with the toddlers, or just peek in on the recovery art group in the back, or show up at the, we did a really fun, it was a drag queen story hour, you know, and so you get to have those experiences and you see people coming together and putting aside whatever imagined differences they have and connecting. And those are the things I think that keep all of us going in the nonprofit sector.
This is another example of light in the dark.
It's just great.
It really is.
It's great.
Right? You talked about the recovery community, you know, when somebody finds something and they get the strength to realize that they can recover and they can beat it. I can't even imagine the joy that fills your heart when you see that right in front of you. That's amazing. That's inspiring.
The Family Resource Centers are absolutely unsung heroes in our state of New Hampshire. And Steph, we cannot thank you enough for the work that you do every day to just, you know what, reassure people that the crap that they're going through and the stress that they're dealing with is what we're all going through and what we're all dealing with.
Right.
And just stepping out from that feeling of isolation just can make such a huge difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you both so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to come on here and talk a little bit about what we do. Our goal is 30 donors. It's our 30th anniversary, so please pop on. I think I heard you say earlier, $5 is a good donation. $5 is awesome for us.
Oh my
we
God.
just want
30
donors.
30 donors we can do right now.
TLC Family Resource Center in Claremont. Let's roll, people.
Look at the smile. Look
Come
at
on,
her
30
beautiful
donors.
smile.
We got it.
30 donors by the time we get to 7:15. Oh my gosh.
Thank you for what you do, and it's a pleasure to meet you, and carry on with the great work that you do at the TLC support centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you both.
There you
Thank
go.
you, Steph.
Stephanie Slayton, the Executive Director, TLC Family Resource Center in Claremont.
Awesome.
Light in
30
the dark,
donors.
man.
30 donors.
Light in the dark. That's all they're asking for.
Come on,
$30.
that's
30 donors.
such
We
a-
could do better than that.
Yes, we
could
can.
surpass that goal for Stephanie and
Yeah.
all the great work that they do.
I like that idea. I like that a lot. I like what he's saying.
It's
I like the words that are coming out of your mouth.
To sit here and to talk to these people that we've talked to.
Yeah.
It's inspiring.
It is.
Like,
It's
do you
great.
feel it? I feel it.
I know, it's awesome.
I honestly do.
Because it's a lot of people helping a lot of really great causes that impact our lives every single day. Rising tide lifts all boats.
It's the
JFK.
best of the best.
Just
It's
awesome.
people
Yep.
going out of their way. Their job is to help people. It's a job they choose to do. You know, nonprofit work, it's not like people are getting rich on it. You know it as well as I do. They do it because they care and because they love it, because they want to make a difference.
Yeah.
Let's
Sam
help.
Evans Brown, right? He said,
Yeah,
I'm an executive director, I
exactly.
was a reporter. This is really hard.
Right.
So, yeah, let's support
Let's help them. That's what
I
you're
love
doing. It is a beautiful hand-in-hand kind of experience.
I got a prize.
I bet you do.
I got a prize.
Bet you do.
The New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits is grateful to its members. Without their support, initiatives like New Hampshire Gives simply would not be possible. The Membership Matters Golden Ticket goes to an organization that received a donation between 5 and 6 p.m. tonight and is a current member of the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits. So a $1,000 cash award is going to the Prescott Park Arts Festival. So
Nice.
congratulations to the Prescott Park Arts Festival. $1,000 as part of the Membership Matters Golden Ticket prize.
You've got a golden ticket. Sorry.
No, it's nice.
That's Grandpa
Little
Joe.
sing along.
I
I
don't
love
like
it.
I don't like Grandpa
I
Joe.
love it. I love it. So we're only a couple minutes away from another live in studio interview to talk about a really important program going on out towards the Seacoast. But first, I'd like to recognize another one of our sponsors, and that is Circle Signworks. They care about their community. They're using their billboards to help donors connect with the organizations they care about as a New Hampshire Gives media partner. So thank you so much, Circle Signworks.
At Circle Signworks, they recognize billboards as one of the most effective methods of advertising. In today's digital society, digital billboard images can bring your messages to new heights. Circle Signworks digital billboards are technologically advanced and an increasingly effective media platform with New Hampshire advertisers. And Circle Signworks is New Hampshire's largest digital billboard company, with locations in Manchester and Derry. Digital billboards are automatically illuminated, showing your message brightly and colorfully, 24 hours a day. Digital billboards deliver timely messages from multiple advertisers using a shared cost approach. Digital billboards are easily changeable, and keeping your message fresh is a key to effective response. Digital advertising is a great way to keep the attention of your audience. Advertising with Circle Signworks shows the world what your company can do in a format that is larger than life. Circle Signworks has a multitude of creative solutions to highlight the uniqueness of your business. Put the power of digital billboard marketing to work for your business. Call Circle Signworks today at 603-625-5403.
You know? Yeah, so here we are. We have a brand new special guest that we want to bring on, and welcome to the stage with us. Will Arvello is here. He is the executive director of Crossroads House in Portsmouth. They provide emergency and transitional shelter to homeless men, women, and children in the Seacoast area. Currently house approximately 100 people on any given night, and our emergency shelter is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And Will, nice to see you. I've done a lot of work with Crossroads House, and it's always impressive what you do. You change people's lives, you know. So thank you for the work you and all of the volunteers at Crossroads House do on any given night. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. I want to ask, with homelessness being, it's always that invisible problem. Right? People don't see it. They don't see someone walking down the street with a grocery carriage or whatever. They don't think it really exists, but it does. Obviously, you know that. It's got to be made worse by the current housing crisis and the apartment crisis, where prices are through the roof and you just can't find a place to stay.
Yeah. True.
Yeah?
It's incredibly, it's an invisible problem to a large degree because, especially during the pandemic, we have people that stay at the residence throughout the year, but the pandemic has this population of people living in hotels that at some point the money, and that they're being supported by state and federal funds, at some point that money is going to stop. Yeah. So where are those folks going to go? I was speaking to the folks in Stratford County last week, and I was asking them about how many people do you hotel currently, and they say, well, we have about 1,000 people hoteled. And the money that supports that, it's a New Hampshire Emergency Rental Assistance Program. That money is going to stop this year at some point. So the funding for that is going to go away. And where do those 1,000 people go? We have a full shelter at the moment, and we always have a wait list. So that is an invisible problem. It's a bit of a tsunami of a problem that's waiting to happen.
Right. Right. So when I've known about this. I've known about Crossroads since it opened, and that's part of when we do our Lend a Helping Hand program. That's one of the beneficiaries of giving people food, and you give them shelter. And also, one of the things I've always appreciated about Crossroads is you do it with dignity. These people are coming to you in their moment of need, and some people, they don't want to ask for a handout. They don't want a handout. They want a hand up.
Right.
Let's help them get back on the feet. Let's talk about how Crossroads does that with people and families, helping them get back on their feet.
So first of all, what people need to understand is that if you drive by the building, which is on Route 1 in Portsmouth, you think shelter, you think 3 meals a day.
Sure.
But we're much more than that.
Sure.
70% of the work gets done once you enter the shelter. We have a staff where we triage, we welcome you to the residence. If you're a family or you're an individual, we treat you, as you said, with respect and dignity. Mm-hmm. We put you up for whether it's one night or 365 days of the year. Mm-hmm. And because of the housing crunch, we have a lot of people that stay with us beyond a year, sometimes up to 2 years. And that's a huge problem, because that keeps other people from entering the shelter. But what we do is, as you said, we give them the basics, make sure that they're safe, that they're welcomed, that they get the services that they need in order to get back on the path to permanent housing. Sure. And that is, for us, that's what it is. The end game is, how do we get people back into permanent housing? We have a staff of case managers that are assigned to each person that comes into the shelter. That case manager will work with them throughout the process to make sure that they have the proper documentation, that we're working to identify landlords that provide housing, and that they're willing to work with these individuals and these families. And that's a little bit tricky, because you have to find the right landlord situation. Sure. Not every landlord will want to work with a homeless family or a homeless individual. Yeah. So it takes a special person to do that. But the thing that people need to understand, that I think in most people's minds, they have a certain profile of what a homeless person is, or a homeless family. And if you come into our shelter, you will see the gamut of diversity that you see in the community. So our oldest resident right now is 82 years old. She was homeless for 2 years, living in a car before she came to us. And then we have babies. So, and right now we're housing 3 generations of one family. So it's very diverse. Yeah, and we have people that come to the shelter that are homeless, but they go to work every day. Right. And then we have people who are really struggling. One of the things that we're seeing right now is a lot of elderly people coming to us with a lot of underlying health issues. They're getting kicked out of their housing because they are on low income, and their houses are being sold out from under them. Right. And so they can't afford any of the rent in New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm. So what are looking at this in sort of like 2 time frames, what are some of Crossroads House immediate needs that we can help fill? Mm-hmm. And what are some of the bigger picture community involvement, partnership type needs that you feel need to come to bear in order to resolve some of these challenges that are ongoing?
So one of the things that we are always constantly trying to educate the public, our communities, about the need for housing, particularly workforce and low-income housing. Okay. On the Seacoast, but throughout New Hampshire, really. Right. In order for us to really, and I talk about this all the time, we need to be able to talk about building healthy communities. A community of rich people is not a healthy community. You need to be able to make room for every strata of income and people within that community. So you have all the workers, and so on and so forth. And so for us is educating the public about housing, educating the public about what a homeless person is, and that can be very different. But in terms of how they can help, places like Crossroads is, in our case, 69% of our budget comes from donors. So we are very highly dependent on donors. Right. And we're a service-intensive organization. So we do a lot of triaging, a lot of case management, and a lot of feeding, both babies and adults. And so the best way that people can support us is through donations.
Right.
Monetary donations, because that gives us the flexibility to do the things we need to do on our end.
Yeah.
We have a really strong core of volunteers, about 400 volunteers.
Wow.
And so on that end of things, we really don't need any help, but we're always looking for good volunteers.
The facility's grown. It's just grown enormously over the years, but that's also due to the need. I know that you had the 20th annual benefit by the sea last month. You set records, but you still need to raise what, $1 million to meet the needs as they currently stand today. Do I understand that right?
We have a budget of $2.5 million.
Yeah.
And that it's always a challenge. Again,
Sure.
the costs continue to increase. We have a staff that we have to compensate. And but all of it goes towards supporting the individuals that walk in our doors, and so it's.
So tell me about. I always like to hear the good. You know what I mean? I always like to hear. Tell me what it's like when somebody stays at Crossroads House for a period of time, whatever that may be, and then is able to move out and get out on their own and take that step and succeed. Do you hear from people from time to time that just tell you were there when I didn't think anybody else was? Because that's really what Crossroads is.
So Martha Stone, who's the former executive director, did a great thing. She put up a simple thing like a bell by the entrance exit door to Crossroads House, and so whenever we find housing for an individual, we give them the keys. And the person or family goes downstairs and they ring the bell, and everybody comes down to celebrate with that person or family. That's great. And it's really a transformative moment to see a family or an individual. A simple thing as a key to a door means a lot of different things. It means walking into a new door, but that means a new life.
Sure.
It means stepping out of this and stepping into something better.
Right.
And so that for most people, I would say for the ones that I've seen, it's just a really transformative moment. And so that is the really good thing, because we see people come and they struggle. A lot of times people will come to the shelter and they don't want to come there because they're afraid.
Sure.
They don't know what is waiting for them.
Right.
They've never been homeless before.
Right.
And they don't want to be there.
Right.
And to see them come, stay, get acclimated, take advantage of the services that we offer.
Breathe a little bit.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
breathe a little bit. And then move on to housing is just, and sometimes that can happen in 3 months, that can happen in a year or longer, but it is a new opportunity to kind of start life all over again, in a sense.
Yeah, and I've heard there's this saying, and I don't know if it's technically 100% accurate, but I know that I've heard from many people that they feel that it's true, that people that go to work every day, that you see that go to work every day, are sometimes those people that have to go to a food pantry for food, or yet they're working, even though they're working every single day, they're 1 to 2 paychecks away from being homeless.
Right.
Because they're living on the edge.
Yes.
Right? To have a place to go to, and I've said this for many, many years, to have a resource like a place like Crossroads is a gift. It is a saving gift at a time when you need it the most. And you guys have always done incredible work and continue to do so. And yeah, that's one of those things that we've talked about tonight, that you can't put a price on that.
No,
Definitely not. Let me read a quote. This is from a person who, I mentioned it, 3 generations of a family. They're staying with us now. And this is a family that came to us, and we're very desperate. And they were afraid to come into the shelter because they didn't know what to expect. But this is what he wrote. He wrote, "Crossroads House gave me the chance to breathe." You said it. To get my head together, to recollect myself. The resources that are here are unbelievable. I would go as far as to say life-saving. And that is, he put it he put it very succinctly,
Yeah.
and it's right to the point. And that's what we're about. Is we're about saving lives, really, in many cases, and about giving people that entry into a new life once they can.
That key is a metaphor
Yes.
for so many
It
things,
is.
like you said,
It
right?
is.
Not just the actual physical lock on a door, but everything that comes with it.
Everything that comes with it.
Will
Yeah,
Arvello,
so-
thank you so much.
Good
Thank
to
you for
see
your
you.
work at Crossroads, and we really appreciate all that you're doing for the community.
Thank you, Scott and
Thanks,
Greg.
Will. Good
Really
to see you.
appreciate it.
Good
Thank you
to
for
see
the
you.
work you do.
You're very welcome.
Absolutely our
Thank you.
pleasure. So another amazing cause.
I know.
And again, you know, life-saving, if nothing else, and a chance to stop and breathe. I mean, who doesn't relate to that?
$895,000.
Wow. Just amazing. 3,300 donors already. Almost
That's you.
500 organizations already collecting. So thank you so much. This is incredible. So we're going until 5 o'clock tomorrow. nhgives.org. Please text that out to a few different people that you think might be interested in donating in something like this, because really, the more we spread the word, the more success we have in funding the kinds of programs that make a difference, like what Will Arvello is doing at Crossroads House, like so many that we've heard through the course of the evening. There are 590 participating nonprofits
Right.
this year. So, you know, scan through, jump online. There are a lot of opportunities.
I hope that you're paying close attention to the screen. I know it's a computer screen or an iPad, but I hope you're paying close
Might
attention.
be a Kindle.
Because I want to point out these socks. These are actually socks worn by the original Oompa Loompas in the Willy Wonka movie, like you remember. These are the actual socks from the actual movie starring Gene Wilder.
That's it.
Right here on My Friend Scott,
Yeah.
right there.
There it is.
I want to point that
I like it.
out.
Little Charlie the Chocolate Factory reference. I like it.
I love
Come
it.
with me.
He is way more of a style guy than I am.
you'll be
And he can sing.
in a world of pure imagination.
That's pretty good.
Take a look and you'll see into my imagination. That's enough of that. All right, let's get back to
I only
work,
do the
shall
I
we?
Want It Now song by Violet. I'm the only one that does that. See, look at that. He kills him. Spradling just kills him. We want to tell you a little bit more about some of our friends. The Riverwoods Group supported New Hampshire Gives in 2021 as a community partner, and by loaning the live stream host bright yellow chairs, these chairs, after last year's success, Riverwoods Group has added a prize sponsor to their support. And here's a video from our friends at Riverwoods.
My name is Adele Gabrielson, and I'm with the Riverwoods Group, New Hampshire's largest family of not-for-profit continuing care retirement communities. Nearly 30 years ago, our founders wove the spirit of service and giving back into the very fabric of our communities. Our staff and residents are known for their service and support of so many organizations across the state. We are excited to once again be a sponsor of New Hampshire Gives' annual online giving event. Please join us in supporting so many organizations that are vital to the state of New Hampshire.
Thank
She
you
did
so
that
much.
in one take.
One take.
Boom.
We were there. We watched it. We were humiliated.
Professionally
and,
jealous.
It was just, yeah,
Professionally
so good.
jealous.
So good. I don't think you and I spoke for a half an hour after that.
Nope. It was beautiful.
It was not easy to recover from that
That's right.
moment. She's that good.
Yep.
And Riverwoods is a wonderful partner.
It is.
My mom lives at Riverwoods. She loves it. It is a great facility.
Yep.
So thank you for your partnership, and we appreciate that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So moving on to our next spotlight guest.
Yes.
We are thrilled and honored to have Aletta Brown, the Advancement Manager for Girls Inc of New Hampshire, to join us. Aletta, thank you so much for being here.
Of course.
1,800 girls a year at centers in Manchester and Nashua, and through programs in 40 different schools. So you need to tell me a little bit about this program, Fuel Her Fire, an annual auction. What's Fuel Her Fire?
Our Fuel Her Fire program is our auction, and I have to say it might be my favorite. So we actually had it this year back in person, which was so exciting.
I bet.
Little
How
different
great
from,
does that feel?
Oh, it
Just
felt
to
amazing.
be doing it in person again.
The energy in the room was unmatched.
Great.
So we had it actually over at the Rex Theater in downtown
great.
Manchester.
Love the Rex.
Oh,
Beautiful
an
spot.
amazing area, and it was so fun. It was a great vibe for the rest of the night.
Yeah.
And that program is our auction, where we actually raise funds for scholarship programs.
Oh.
So we have a summer program and our after-school program, and we are able to provide scholarship funds for the girls, which is absolutely amazing.
That's great. So tell us about Girls Inc. I know it has a lot to do with building self-esteem, building confidence, building skills, but tell us a little bit more about it.
So Girls Inc., actually, our mission is to inspire girls to be strong, smart, and bold.
Love it.
And that's through every aspect of their life. So we're lucky enough to have access to the Girls Inc. national programming, which is research-based, and we're able to bring things like economic literacy, media literacy, our Bold mentoring program, which brings in local New Hampshire women who are in the business world, and they get to have a group of girls and mentor them. It's amazing. The girls adore it, and so do the mentors.
What's the age range?
So we actually serve girls all the way from 5 to 18.
Oh, wow.
It's amazing.
Wow, that's a broad range.
It's so, as we are both dads of daughters, you know, and to see a young, strong, empowered young woman, you know, and just have the opportunities that they have with Girls Inc. is such a great thing, you know, where the world is their oyster. I mean, I know it's kind of a cliche, but that's what you're showing them. You can do anything you want to do, you know, if you put your mind to it. It's a great thing you guys are doing.
Absolutely. We look at every single girl and bring so much up that she has so much possibility in the world. And it's absolutely amazing to watch these girls grow over the years and see how much that they've changed and how outspoken they become. It's amazing.
In a way, it's kind of like, you know, I'm sure that you deal with young women that have challenges from family issues or whatever with their background, but it's kind of like it's molding clay, right? And making it into anything that it wants to be. That's kind of what you're doing.
Good analogy.
At Girls Inc., when you see the girls walk through the door, you can just see the smiles on their face. We're the Girls Inc. family. So they're able to leave any challenges or issues that they have at the door and just be able to be bold young women with their friends, and they're able to figure out what they're interested in and dabble in STEM. Some of these girls don't have options to look into STEM.
Sure.
So we bring so many things to the table that these girls are able to see that there's so much out there in the world and that they have the ability to be anything that they want.
If Girls Inc. is a program that can really sort of highlight before and after, what does the before look like? These young ladies, these girls that are coming through the door that maybe haven't had too many opportunities or open doors, what do they look like in the before?
So sometimes when you see the before, it might be a girl that's very quiet. And as the years go on, she becomes the loudest one in the room. Or you can see someone who doesn't quite know if they're interested in anything in STEM, and all of a sudden she's coding everything for our Lego League. So there's so many different things. And at the end of the day, it's different for every girl. Sometimes we have girls that just need to get through that rough point in their life, and seeing them overcome a difficult time is what we were there for.
I love
It's kind
that.
of like helping them find their voice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? As to who they are.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
And really breaking away from what could be stereotypically sexual gender type roles, where you're teaching these young ladies to get hands-on with tools as well as using their minds with STEM. I mean, what a fantastic type of a program.
We're helping girls realize that they are the boss of themselves.
That's awesome.
They're able to achieve anything in the world that they want. We have so many girls that are like, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a vet, I want to be this. They have the biggest dreams, and we're out here helping them achieve those goals.
So what do you need?
That is always a great question. So as Girls Inc. does most of our events, a lot of our money goes towards our scholarships, which is amazing. We never turn a girl away from her inability to pay. And we're able to do that because of donors who are generous enough to donate money to us so we can support those girls financially. So they can come to Girls Inc., enjoy their time, and grow as young women.
Awesome.
And also, unfortunately, there's always something like going awry. Like we are recently purchasing a new handicap bus. Buses for Girls Inc. are huge. We're able to pick these girls up from school and bring them to the centers. We use them for field trips, and we also use them as our transportation for our catering. Girls Inc. actually does catering to local childcare facilities throughout New Hampshire. We do over 600 meals.
Wow.
And we use those buses to bring those meals there.
Okay, so you have a lot of resource needs.
Oh, absolutely.
And you're providing with a safe space.
Yes.
Right?
Good call.
Great.
I don't, you know, if there was ever a better poster child for Girls Inc., I think we're sitting with her right now with Aletta. I'm amazed, so struck, so poised, and doing such great work.
Too.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for so eloquently describing the programs, and very, very best of luck to what you're doing.
Thank you. I'm
It's
so
wonderful.
glad I was able to come up here and talk about Girls Inc. I absolutely adore it.
Good.
And
You can tell.
Yeah.
I love
That's
Girls
great.
Inc.
And to hit those numbers again, 1,800 girls per year
Yes.
at the centers in Manchester, Nashua, and through 40 schools. So you're statewide.
Oh, outreach is through schools throughout the entire state. We go out to the Seacoast, we go up north, we bring our programming to schools because they can't always get to our centers.
Right.
So by bringing our Girls Inc. programming out to individual schools, we're able to bring this experience to somewhere closer to home.
So Aletta, tell folks where they can find out more about your organization, Girls Inc., maybe locations and things.
So you can always go onto our Facebook page where we keep everything updated with what girls are doing, and right now you're hearing a lot about summer camp. It's our favorite time of year.
I bet.
But also you can always go over to girlsincnewhampshire.org and have everything that you need to know about Girls Inc., how to give, and also how to volunteer.
There you go.
Awesome. Aletta
Nicely
Brown
done.
from Girls Inc. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
we
much for
appreciate
having
all
me.
that you're doing.
Nice job.
Making a huge difference in our community. Thanks, Aletta.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. So yet another program. I feel like a broken record,
I
but
know.
it's just so great.
I know.
These wonderful examples, and Aletta is obviously a star. And just fantastic. Yeah, she strikes me as someone like, if you saw her walk through the door of like the debate club,
Yeah.
forget it.
I'm out.
I'm hoisting the white flag.
I'm out.
I am done.
Yep.
I'm not. There's no way.
I
There's,
agree.
there's no changing. So thank you for that with Aletta, and we want to be able to showcase as many different programs and nonprofits as possible. There's 590 that are participating. So what you're seeing through the course of tonight, and what you'll see over the 24-hour span of New Hampshire Gives, is an opportunity to try to showcase as many of these amazing programs as possible. So in some cases, like Aletta and Will Arvello, they get a chance to come in. We're using our techno screens over there, the 21st century technology to connect with people that might not be in the room with us, but
The
it's a lot
TV
of
squawk
technology.
box
The
that we
squawk
use
box.
over there.
But we also had a chance to have a number of participating nonprofits that were able to produce something for us so that they could play a little bit of show and tell for our broadcast. So we'd love to be able to run another video that features Friends in Action, the Harris Center for Conservation Education, and Milford Thrives. Take a look.
Did you know that a child's brain is 85% fully developed by age 3?
We know that positive early experiences and healthy relationships, along with a nurturing, growth-promoting environment, are essential for healthy child development.
In January of 2020, Milford Thrives launched a Welcome Baby program.
to welcome our littlest community members, and to connect new parents to the community and to the various parenting and early childhood programs. Our goal was to create and work with partners to build a community that made parenting easier and supported families. In the fall of 2020, several of us here at the Milford School District partnered with Milford Thrives and the Waypoint Community Partnership. Together, we formed the Milford Kids Thrive Collaborative. Parents, community members, and representatives from our local and regional youth and family serving agencies joined our efforts, and together, we have formed this amazing coalition.
The vision for Milford Kids Thrives is to build a Milford community where parents feel supported and where all children are provided with strong early childhood foundations so they can reach their full potential.
It is our goal with Milford Kids Thrive to make it easy for families to learn about local family supports, early childhood programs, and resources that are available for Milford families.
So out of the 590 organizations that are participating, the nonprofits that are part of this, you have reached already 503 of them, and we've got all day tomorrow to go. From everybody in this room and everybody, more importantly, that is on the receiving end of what those 590 nonprofits do, thank you. And it'll be a thank you a million times through the overnight and into tomorrow, because you are making a difference in people's lives. And again, it's singing the same song is what we've been doing, because it may be the same message, but it is so true. Everything that we're saying about the difference you're making. So thank you.
And don't forget that there is the bonus pool. Kristen Oliveri from the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation has come in a couple of times now to talk about the $1.4 million that is in bonus pool and matching funds. So you really want to sort of check out the full website and see what is there, because your donation can quite easily be doubled to any of the nonprofits of your choice.
If you are going to check out and you're going to make a donation, right on the checkout page, there's an opportunity for you to put more money into the bonus pool, which means that the organization can get more money. So it's all up to you, right? I mean, if you want to make a donation and you feel like you have a little bit more to give, it's a great way to increase what you're giving to that organization. So
we took out from last year, we took out the sort of like time sensitive, you have to be ready to click at 8 o'clock to do this. We sort of removed that from the equation so that you had a bonus pool that's over the course of the 24 hours.
And there also are there regional bonus pools as well. One of them is a $200,000 bonus pool for it's site-wide. There's a $25,000 bonus North Country bonus pool and a $15,000 Upper Valley bonus pool as well, all made possible by the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation. So
this is great.
A lot of people just coming together and helping out in any way that they can.
3,500 donors already, and we've only been doing this for coming up on 3 hours.
Yeah,
it's
it's
just
good.
great. And
It's
so
good.
many good stories. It's just feel-good TV.
It is. Do we have is our next guest ready? We are. We are ready to go. Are we going
Dana's
to the
here.
board? Over
We
here?
are. I believe we are
We
going.
to welcome to the live stream tonight. We want to say hello to Dana O'Brien, who is the board chair of a cornucopia project in Peterborough.
Look at him.
Look at him. He's outside.
He's outstanding in his field.
Looking good. Looking good. Welcome, Dana.
Yes.
I'll tell you a little bit about
Welcome, everybody.
The Cornucopia Project, providing hands-on nutrition education, connecting youth to local food systems since 2005. In addition to educational programs, the Cornucopia Project works with local schools, youth groups, and other organizations to improve nutrition and local food access. In 2021, the organization worked with over 1,000 students. Wow. Dana, that's a pretty good description, but I'm sure I must have missed something. Tell us more about what you do.
Yes, so we are an educational nonprofit in the Peterborough area. We basically handle the southwest area of the state. We plant seeds for a lifetime of healthy eating through the garden, kitchen, and farm education. Over here, would like a donation. New Hampshire Gives, thank you. Because hands-on nutrition education is the best instill of healthy eating.
You have a summer program, right? You have the summer program. CSA program starts later this month, June 30th, and it's supplied by student farmers in their Farm to Fork program, which propagate really 40,000 plants. You're raising the next generation of farmers that are going to feed generations to come, right?
That is correct. It is the high school age kids that do the CSA. We also have an internship that we hook the children up with local professional chefs, and businesses that produce several different foods. So that has been a big hit since COVID. We handle kindergarten through 12th grade with farm kits, cooking kits for the family. It's unbelievable what goes on here. I got to tell you, I've been with it for 3 years, and it's
good for you.
Unbelievable.
So, Dana, you've been with it for 3 years. You've been in existence since 2005. What sorts of feedback are you getting as you introduce these kids and young people to this entire way of life? Like Greg says, you're raising farmers, but this is all about also good eating and whole foods and
sustainability.
Absolutely. What impact and feedback are you seeing?
Well, I can tell you about a personal experience. I moved to Dublin about 20 years ago, raised a family. My children went to the Dublin Consolidated School where they had the farm program, and they've gotten so much out of it. We have a garden at home. They do most of it. We had cooking classes here at Cornucopia. I think my daughter can cook better than I can, but I don't tell her that.
Right. So let me ask this question because, I know that even in my own house, I mean, throughout COVID, one of the things that my wife started was the COVID garden, where so many people seem to be turning to gardening and growing their own food. Are you seeing that interest grow in kids as well and youths as well out in the Peterborough area?
Yes, it has. And that's why over the last few years, we've gotten into starter plants that growing and selling, and that's been a big success. We run out, gardens are like taking off, like chickens did about 5 years ago. Everybody wants a garden today.
Right.
Love that.
That's a win. Another thing too that's important if you like what they're doing at the Cornucopia Project in Peterborough, you have a $31,000 organizational match. So folks, if you want to give now, you can double that. You can double that donation to help the Cornucopia Project. That's got to feel good, right, Dana?
Oh, it's terrific. I believe we're about 35% of our goal right now. Everybody's working. All the board members are working tonight. It's one of the best boards I've been on.
That's great. Dana, you're doing amazing work, and it looks like you're ready to harvest whatever is growing behind you. There's a lot of beautiful greenery, and it's kind of making me hungry for a salad.
Well, we come right over. We'll make you a salad right now.
Okay. There's an offer. Oh, that's awesome.
Well, continue to influence the next generation of farmers and sustainable growth and growing plants and food and nutrition. You're doing a great job, Dana. It's nice to get a chance to meet you virtually.
Yes, definitely.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please donate to the Cornucopia Project through the Hampshire Gives.
There you go.
Love it.
Thank you very much. Great smile.
That's awesome.
Great smile.
Great.
It's awesome.
And a free salad.
Yeah.
How do I complain about something like that? Love it. Cornucopia Project in Peterborough. So that's awesome. So thank you to Dana O'Brien, the board chair out there. And I'm amazed. 1,000 students that they worked with last year.
Right.
Again, sort of mind blown. The folks at the Center for New Hampshire Nonprofits have done such a nice job of selecting some of these different voices and operations and programs that are doing such amazing things, in some cases with big numbers that folks may just not know about. This is a great example
And
of that.
I loved his farm to fork. You
Right.
know what I mean? The farm to fork thing is great because
you also said propagate, which kind of impressed me.
But you also know, we live in a time now when in restaurants the big thing is who doesn't love farm to table? You know, something from local growers and supporting local growers every chance you get. And when we're bringing up young youth and young kids that are learning more about growing their own food, sustainability, and farming. That's a win. That is a huge win.
And it's a legit thing. And I mean, who among us doesn't want to go to a local restaurant or an eatery type establishment and be able to know that you're eating food that was grown locally?
I'll tell you
right now,
I've never met a farmer I didn't like. I've never met a farmer I didn't like.
You know what? You're right.
I go all across, New Hampshire and Maine and Vermont, and I take pictures. Okay, fine. But when I ever take pictures of the farm, you meet the nicest, most down-to-earth people. They're the best.
Yeah.
Farmers are the best, period.
By the way,
love you.
He just totally undersold what he does.
No, it's not about me. I'm just saying
I know,
the farmers
but
are
I got to
awesome.
call that out.
Yeah.
That was the modesty. He's an extremely good photographer. I just need to say that.
Thank you.
You're good at what you do.
Thank you. Farmers are awesome.
They are awesome. And speaking of good at what they do, Kristen
Oliveri, ladies and gentlemen,
is back.
Yeah.
She's back,
Yeah.
and she's holding cards, which
She
means that
sneaks
there's
over
She
and
does,
sits
man.
down
Yep.
and says, "I'm ready for my close-up."
Yeah.
That's
So
what
she had a
says.
choice. She had a career choice back in the day. It was either New Hampshire Charitable Foundation or
Yep.
Ninja.
Yep.
And she went with giving back to the community.
Right.
Because
That's
so
awesome,
here she is.
Okay, so
what do you got?
so one quick thing, I just want to look at the little ticker because
Oh
we're
my
about,
gosh.
yes.
The
So
little ticker is about to go to a 7th figure,
Yeah.
isn't it? Look at that.
we're about to hit 1 million.
Do
so
we just sit here and stare at it?
I
until
don't want.
it
I
happens?
can't.
Okay, I don't want to stress out Greg.
I can't.
I don't want
I
to stress
can't.
out
Poor
Greg.
little fella. He does get
No,
nervous.
it's wonderful.
It's great.
It's a beautiful
Look at that.
thing.
505
New
organizations.
Hampshire's showing up.
Big
They
time.
always do.
This is wonderful. This is very impressive.
I was talking with Will from Crossroads House before we came on, and they're part of a fundraiser that we do, and I talked about how every year the economy gets tougher to deal with, and every year when you do you try to raise money for any charitable organization, a nonprofit, you feel like you're looking uphill. You feel like the challenge is greater and more difficult to achieve, and some years you think, I'm probably not going to reach where we got to last year.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you expect that that's going to happen. But every year, New Hampshire answers the call. And every year, New Hampshire, every one of you proves that all those national stories, charitable giving's down. I don't know. Not here. Not with people in New Hampshire.
No.
They've proven those numbers wrong time and time again. They always show up when they're given a chance to help their neighbors. And that is a beautiful thing. It's one of the things I love about New Hampshire.
Yeah, it's a cause-oriented state.
Yeah,
it.
totally,
Love it.
absolutely. I'm not looking.
So
I'm not looking because it's about to happen.
It's about to happen.
We need to
We're
pause and
$100.
just
Where
enjoy the
are we
moment.
gonna do it?
$111 away.
Now they're holding it still because they're just doing this on
They
purpose.
just
You're
press
trying to
pause
Ryan Seacrest me on American Idol. That's what you're doing.
On the countometer.
Right.
I mean, this is worth just sort of pausing and enjoying the fact that in under 3 hours.
Let's just give Kretschmar agita. Let's just.
Those numbers are going to challenge. And oh my gosh!
Don't make that noise.
$36 away. $36 from a band.
Are remarkable. It just echoes
great.
what I just said.
Yeah.
Right there.
It really does.
Crazy,
yeah,
crazy.
We appreciate
crazy.
you.
Thank
you
you,
so
New
much.
Hampshire.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what do you got, KO?
We
Got something
have
happening.
some nonprofit videos that we're queuing up right now, but I also have some donor shout-outs, so why don't you do these first,
we
then
love
we'll
to
go
shout.
to the videos.
You know, you make me want to shout.
You make me wanna.
Okay,
You were
that
supposed
was
to say
terrible.
shout.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to do that.
I thought you were going to shout, so I was trying to get into my falsetto.
Are you guys all set?
I think
We're
so.
good.
I don't know.
We're good.
Are we? you might need to be our judge.
Thank you very much to Faye O'Neill, who gave $50 to the Nashua Soup Kitchen and Shelter. Thank you very much, Faye. That money is obviously will be well used. Barbara Derbyshire gave $500 to the Star Island Corporation. Wonderful place off the coast of New Hampshire, the Star Island Corporation. Beautiful place. Also Ruth Bednar's $100 to the Grapevine Family and Community Resource Center, and Heidi Stonehill, who gave to the Harrisville Children's Center. We were just talking about Harrisville earlier.
We sure were.
What a beautiful town
Harrisville is adorable. Outside of Keene, if you don't know it.
She gave to the Harrisville Children's Center, the Harris Center for Conservation Education, Elder Pet, and the site-wide bonus pool.
Wow.
Heidi did it all. Heidi, thank you very, very much.
Absolutely. Thanks,
Yeah.
Heidi.
So.
Deborah Drake gave $250 to the Girl Scouts of the Green and White Mountains, so thank you, Deborah. And Sandra Pelletier gave $100 to Gateways Community Services.
Very, very nice.
Lots of
Very, very
generosity
nice.
out there. Thank you for all of that.
Okay.
And I think do we have
a
KO, did
video?
you say you're queuing up videos? Interview
We got
is
an interview
next.
next.
Okay, so we know
Okay.
we're a couple minutes away from having our great friends at CASA. Suzanne Lenz is going to join us in just a second, but I do think that we can pause for just a split second and recognize that as we're approaching the 8 o'clock hour, we're at over $1 million raised already to 507 organizations from 3,600 plus. And we're only just getting started. We'll be rolling through until 5 p.m. tomorrow. 590 profits are on our list, so that's obviously our goal. And really, if we're trying to break any kind of a record or anything, again, the dollars are great, and thank you for your generosity. I just want to see how many people we can get involved in this effort. We had 14,300 last year. If we can just spread the word, text, let people know, hey, that NewHampshireGives.org thing is happening. Why don't you check it out? Maybe there's something you could throw a few bucks at. Like that's really what it's all about. And we're pacing it along with these amazing stories of these amazing people doing incredible things.
So 8 o'clock at night, right? Maybe you finished dinner, maybe you're just finishing, maybe the kids are just going to bed or whatever. So you have some time, maybe like Scott said, send out a text. But this is going to go on throughout the night, and it's going to go on throughout tomorrow. So maybe tomorrow, when you get to work, maybe you could tell a couple of coworkers. Maybe you tell a couple of coworkers who don't know about the great work that our friends at CASA, who are going to join us in just a couple minutes, do. And you could say, look, here's a cause that's really important to me. If you can do so, can you please help out? Because so many great incentives exist, are up for grabs. You can help your favorite nonprofit win them, and also your money gets doubled by matches and the bonus pool. So as far as reaching out, you can reach out tonight, but reach out all through the day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe call a friend, maybe send an email or a text, and get them to participate too. Growing this event and growing the number of active participants is what is going to continue its success through the years.
People, animal, vegetable, mineral. I mean, there's
Mental
no
health,
cause.
homelessness.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. The need is great.
LGBTQ issues, legal issues. It's all there. Arts and crafts, arts and humanity, culture, history. We've already talked to folks that do all of this work today in the first couple hours.
Yeah. This kind of an effort, and the ticker that we're watching, just explosive numbers. This is why New Hampshire is so frequently voted nationally as one of the best places to live in New Hampshire. Yes, we have wonderful places to visit. We have beautiful scenery. We have people like Greg to listen to in the morning on the radio. There's a lot of great reasons, but it's this sense of community and the sense of wanting to help other people and just sort of reaching out to folks who are neighbors, like the Meals on Wheels, and just making sure that there's a meaningful touch between two people. That is indescribably valuable, and that to me is what makes New Hampshire so special.
I joked around and I said, "Duh," because I mean, obviously. But if you've lived here for a period of time, or maybe you're a lifer like me, you know that.
Yeah.
Right? And that is what we love. That's what keeps us here.
Yep.
Is that kind of sense of community that extends all across the state. I don't care if you're from my hometown of Somersworth. You go to Kentucky, you go to Canaan, you go to Stark, you go to Keene, you go to Alstead. Yeah, you've got that bond. It's weird. You don't have to be from the same community to have that bond.
Right.
But when you are in an area, let's say Alstead, or you're in the Peterborough area, you're definitely more in tune to that particular region, and you want to help out the organizations that are in that region. This is the best way to do it, all in one place here tonight on nhgives.org.
I lived in a half dozen places around the state, just bouncing around for different reasons.
He sold elixirs to people on a wagon. It was a long time ago. He doesn't look old.
Absolutely.
But it was 1820.
My good friend Dorothy in Kansas was one of my first customers.
There you go. Pretty good. I lived in 6 different places. Sorry.
My point being that in every one of these communities, I got to know neighbors and folks that lived across the street and people that were just good folks.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of great people, and you're just proving it over and over again with every donation that comes through for every good cause.
Yep.
So, and I tell you what, why don't we go back over to the magic TV screen to your left a little bit for a conversation with an incredible program and wonderful people. Suzanne Lenz, the Director of Development, and Joe Lawrence, Community Outreach Director from CASA, New Hampshire. Hello, ladies.
Hi, ladies.
It's great to see you.
Hello.
As we greet and say good evening to both of you. For anyone who doesn't know, and I have a feeling most people in New Hampshire certainly know CASA, what an amazingly important role that you play, providing a voice for abused and neglected children and youth by empowering a statewide network of trained volunteers to advocate on their behalf in New Hampshire's court system so they can thrive in safe and permanent homes. And last year, for the stat numbers here, about 630 volunteer advocates helped 1,400 children. These children were visited nearly 17,000 times over the course of the year. So that is a lot of work, Suzanne and Joe, and thank you for this role that you play, because this type of advocacy work is talk about saving lives. You are preventing anything from a further victimization of young people when they're maybe already in a tough situation. Maybe the two of you can paint a little bit more of a picture of the kind of work that your volunteers do.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Scott. And you summed it up perfectly in your description of CASA of New Hampshire. CASA stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates, and we are a statewide organization providing advocacy for children who've experienced abuse and neglect. And in fact, though, there are CASA programs in every state in the country. CASA's been around, I think, for about 70 years. And we've been operating in New Hampshire for 32 years. So what does this all mean? CASA's mission is to recruit and train volunteers to become advocates for children who've experienced abuse and neglect. Typically in this situation, the child or children will be in a foster care situation while the parents are working really hard to create a safe environment so that they can get their children back. And our role is to provide an advocate for every child who is going through this process so that they have someone who can speak on their behalf in court, who can make sure that they're getting the services they need, and can be that one constant, dependable person in their lives during this very turbulent period. Sure. As we're all working to reunify the family.
And that's the thing, too, because the goal is to reunify the family and get through these highly emotionally charged elements. But these 630 volunteers, the lifeblood of CASA, thanks isn't enough for people who are willing to wade into the middle of a very difficult family situation and try to help sort of keep the peace, sure, make the corrections, and be that advocate. Can you speak to the spirit and the love of these volunteers and what they do for you?
Absolutely. What we like to say is part of our role is to interrupt the cycle of abuse. And what that means is when a family is in a situation where the children are removed because of an abuse or neglect situation, it allows an opportunity for those parents to get the help they need so that they can recover and become a family again, and to create a safe home so they can get their children back. The first step in all of this is the training that our advocates get. We provide a 40-hour, very intense, very comprehensive training program so that our advocates are ready to take on a case. We have program managers who support our advocates. We have peer coordinators. We have support groups. We have a statewide organization with 7 offices throughout the state, with program managers in each of those offices. So our advocates are really well supported with the tools they need to do this really important advocacy and volunteer work.
I would imagine, right? Even it's such a difficult subject to even talk about emotionally. You know, if you're a parent, you get emotional when you hear about some of the situations that I know that the folks at CASA have to deal with. But that training that you give them has to be so key in being able to navigate a situation, advise, and help them in that situation without letting their emotions overcome them, right? Let's just speak for a second about how I got to imagine that that's an incredibly difficult part of every single CASA volunteer's job.
Yes, absolutely. It is a very, very difficult part of their job. The training is very comprehensive. We talk with them about aspects of trauma, domestic abuse, substance misuse. We prepare them for the kinds of situations that they will be in. And as Joe said, the program managers are there every step of the way. So as they're going through a difficult situation, a difficult case, they can bounce that off of their program manager. And as well, they have peer support groups that meet every month. So collectively, they can share their experiences and talk about how to support each other.
So if you could, and I like to ask this of the people that we've been talking about, because the good the organization CASA does, I've known about it for a long time. They do amazing work, but what in your job brings you joy in that job?
That's a great question. You know, I think I think it starts with, you know, why does someone leave the corporate world and go to nonprofit?
Right.
Even in your worst day, and we all have bad days, we can drive home and say, guess what? I know that we are getting closer to providing an advocate for every child who might need one. And that's good enough for me, even on the most wild, difficult days. So that's I guess what I get out of it, knowing that we are helping to create an environment where these children who are in not only a tough situation from what they're leaving, but they're not at home. You know, our foster care network in this state is unbelievable. I can't give a big enough shout out to these families who take in these children, some of whom have been doing it for years. But nonetheless, it's not this child's home. And the whole process that, you know, the child goes through, it often takes up to a year or maybe more for the parents to do the work they need to create that safe environment to get the children back. That's a long time for a little one. Sure. And that's one of the nice things about that advocate is they know that there's that one person, that one constant that they can count on as they go through this period toward finally reunifying with their families.
I don't know if there's a more selfless thing someone can do than foster a child. You know, to take them into their home and care for them and make them feel safe, and then be allowed to let that child go back to a situation that is better, you know, and where they need to be. That is one of the most selfless things I think anybody can do. And I have friends that do it. They're amazing.
Yeah, and CASA is really, you're really leaning into the better angels of people, right? You're catching folks when there's a problem, but you're helping course correct, offering support or training, whatever it is that the resources that require to get that family unit back together again. It's inspiring, and I think it's important to let people at home know that we have a $13,000 match specifically for CASA, so we can raise a lot of money for this incredible statewide program with an even lighter lift. So ladies, I hope that absolutely and certainly helps you with your cause, and boy, we can't thank you enough for all that you do every day. And Marty Sink is one of my favorite humans, so please tell her I said hello. You're president and CEO.
And as difficult as the work that you and everybody does at CASA, watching your face light up when you talk about the joy that you get from it is contagious. Is contagious, and I'm so happy that you do that work and you get to feel that.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful thing.
It is.
It's a beautiful thing. Thank you for your work.
Well, you know, thank you, and I'd love to end on this note. You had mentioned, you know, the reference to angels doing this kind of work. We have a wonderful line where our advocates are ordinary people doing extraordinary things, and I think that can't sum it up better than that term. So cheers truly goes to the volunteer advocates doing this hard work, and to all those out in the state who are supporting us so that we can provide this for all children who need it.
Thank you,
Such
Joe.
a blessing.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you for the work you do.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much.
Appreciate
Thank you
it.
so much for what
Best
you're
of luck.
doing.
Thank you.
care.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
So an extra $13,000 match for them, and I mean, it's just great. CASA is a phenomenal organization. Marty Sink sets the world on fire. I don't know who can keep up with her, but I've known some folks who have volunteered to do this work, and you know, you're in the deep end of the pool.
Sometimes
for that kind of work.
Sometimes it is rip your heart out work.
It is. It is
really
very challenging because you're dealing with some tough stuff.
To navigate it and to come out the other side with a smile like those ladies had, because they've seen it. When a child can be safe again and be whole again, that's
It's amazing. And they start with this amazing assumption that whatever the problem is, it is fixable and this family can stay together. And that's an extraordinary starting point for whatever the process is. And I've got to hope, if not believe, that the families that are in turmoil and crisis recognize that as the goal and will embrace it and not necessarily fight it, although I'm sure they do. But I mean, again, it's just that's God's work right there.
And a shout out to the foster parents.
Yeah.
That's God's work, man. That's unbelievable.
It's incredible.
To take a child that isn't yours into your home and love that child and provide them with a safe space, that is, wow, you're a gift.
Yeah,
beautiful.
It's wonderful. So thank you to CASA.
One of the other organizations that we want to tell you about from time to time, we've got these videos that we want to tell you about. In-Depth NH knows the power of the word and has joined NH Gives 2022 as a media partner to help get the word out about the opportunities to support almost 600 New Hampshire nonprofits and the communities they serve. I'm going to learn more about them right now.
63% of news jobs disappeared in New Hampshire. Drastic cuts in revenue, circulation, and staff have seriously threatened news reporting. Money and special interests exert more influence in local government than ever. The New Hampshire Center for Public Interest Journalism publishes the online website indepthnh.org to investigate, report, and deliver the news as a nonprofit entity. This is just one of our investigative stories. We at In-Depth NH promise to go deep and tell the whole truth without fear or favor. We investigate how to improve systems that are failing citizens. Free speech and liberty of the press are essential to the security of freedom in a state. We believe investigative journalism and in-depth State House reporting are critical components of democracy. This is your news outlet.
I'm excited. I'm not even going to lie.
This is cool.
I'm excited about this.
Yep, because we like to bring music to our game.
I love music.
He does music for a living.
Yeah,
it makes sense.
So does he on the side. I'll tell you the thing. I've always been fascinated by people who play the fiddle. Violin, the fiddle, and a bunch of other stringed instruments. We want to bring, I think, on the video screen, right?
I believe so.
On the video screen, we're going to welcome to the live stream Ellen Carlson, the executive director of NH Fiddle Ensemble, based in Nottingham. Hi, Ellen. How are you?
Hey, Greg and Scott. Boy, you guys are energy. You're Mr. Energy, both of you. I've been watching this, and it's been awesome that you're still going strong. It's great.
It's hard,
I love your
it's hard to not feel, you feel the energy because you're inspired, because everybody you talk to is doing great work, and they're doing great things for not only health and humanity, but arts and all kinds of things, culture and history, yourself included. The group, the NH Fiddle Ensemble, by the way, has grown to over 100 people with ages from 5 to 95, singing, playing fiddle, guitar, banjo, mandolin, bass, harp, cello, and more.
Amazing.
And you're raising money to support your Acoustic Roots Orchestra, which teaches students grade 3 through 12 country, bluegrass, swing, and more. I'm a huge bluegrass fan. Huge bluegrass fan. So I love it. And do you have your fiddle there? Is that what were they telling me?
I just happened to be practicing while I was waiting and watching. I do 12 things at once, so.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's
I'll play a little tune. This is a song we did in the Fiddle Ensemble a few years ago.
Love it.
Love it right there, right?
That's awesome. Yay. It makes it look so easy.
I know. What I love about the fiddle is it's such a small instrument, but yet it seems so complicated to me because of everything that's going on every moment that you're playing it. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
There's a lot going on there.
Well, there's a lot going on. I play other instruments too. Every instrument has its challenges, I think, but the fiddle is particularly challenging to learn, I guess, at first. But once you get it down, there's probably some easier things about it than other instruments. Like we can play pretty easy, fast. We don't have the frets getting in our way, and all that stuff.
Do you
Yeah.
find? Have you found that the popularity of the fiddle has grown because with the growth of music like roots, what they call roots rock? You know, a lot of bands have fiddles in them now. You know, my friends in the Adam Ezra group have an amazing fiddle player, and you see fiddles in bands a lot more now. Are you seeing more interest in the instrument as a result of that?
Well, yeah, I think so. I mean, I've been playing fiddle for 45 years, so I've seen a lot.
Right.
And when I was growing up, there was no other kids playing fiddle. I'll tell you that right now. There are, you know, we have a lot of kids in the fiddle ensemble. We have 30 kids in the acoustic roots orchestra this year, and we definitely see that. And, you know, in New Hampshire has always had a great tradition of fiddling. We have one of the longest, I think, the oldest running contra dance in the nation over in Nelson, and so we just want to give people an opportunity to learn how to play with each other, and not just in the contra dance, but also with singers and other instruments and different styles of music. You know, I just play a swing tune, but we do lots of bluegrass, country, Irish, Cajun, blues. We do all kinds of stuff. So
I love the fiddle.
It's so
I
fun.
love it. This is fantastic. And Ellen, I have to throw a huge bias here because my parents were both music teachers. So I grew up around music, and I would love to hear from your perspective, given that you've got such an incredible wide range of both instruments and ages here.
5 to 95.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
What do you see as the most valuable contributions of people learning instruments and having music as a part of their lives and process? What do you see as the value there?
Yeah, well, I think the value is, you know, we're trying to improve our social fabric and make connections, no matter what the backgrounds, and create relationships through music. And I think it's essential for our society, really, especially now. You know, it's for our souls. It's to help communicate with each other in better ways. It's just to create some compassion. And there's lots of studies, so many studies that talk about how music creates compassion for others. And boy, do we need that right now. And I really think it's essential, and so that's why I started this, is to just, you know, get people playing together. A lot of people take, you know, music lessons, and they sit at home and they play by themselves, and this is an opportunity to play with others, but to teach people how to play with others, because, you know, they might go to school orchestra and learn how to play, but that doesn't help them go out and, you know, play those acoustic roots, which is, you know, you go out to a bluegrass festival and you just pick in the parking lot by ear. You're not pulling out music. And so that's what we train people to do. We train people to learn by ear. And then if you come to one of our concerts, people in the ensemble are like looking at each other. They're having a good time. They're smiling. They're bopping around. They're dancing, and the audience can really see that. And it's such a participatory thing, not only between the people in the ensemble, but also between the audience and the people in the ensemble. Because then you see, you know, you got people playing with their moms or their dads or grandparents. We had like 5 people who were neighbors playing with us from Lee years back, and it's just, I think it just creates great community.
I love it. Ellen
fun.
Carlson, the executive director of the New Hampshire Fiddle Ensemble. I'll be honest, you know, seeing people play, right? Play instruments, bands play together. As an audience member, having that experience, that's one of the things I honestly missed the most during the COVID, the pandemic. When we were in lockdown, one of the, I mean, you know, having dinner with my friends, obviously, and family, number one. Number two was experiencing live music in that communal sense. Whether you're 10 people in the backyard with somebody playing a fiddle or a group, you know what I mean? That was one of the things I missed the most. And there's so much healing in that, you know, for everybody.
Totally.
And that's one of the great things that I think that you do. You promote that kind of thing. So the shows that you talk about having, Ellen, tell us about where we can find out more about them, where they're going to be, when they're going to be. How do we find out more?
Yeah, so we start our teaching season around October, November, where people can either come online or go in person. We have we teach in Exeter, in Manchester, in Tilton, in Kittery, and up in Westbrook, Maine. And then we also have some online, so we actually have people from Colorado and Pennsylvania join us. We teach that way, and then we come together for big rehearsals in April. I put on 4 or 5 big concerts in April and May, and we try to do those concerts as benefits. Well, in the past, what we've done, we've been together for 13 years. This is our first year as a nonprofit.
Right.
So in the past, we were partnering with other nonprofits to raise money for them. And because we're trying to, the acoustic blues program that we're trying to start to promote this kind of music in schools has a different model. So we need to raise funds for that. We also, we want to make it so that we're self-sustaining and we keep going, and we can also still raise money for other nonprofits and actually really give them a forum to tell their stories to people that might not see them otherwise.
Right.
So for example, we partner with the New Hampshire Children's Trust. They come to our concerts and they do, we talk about them and we talk about what a great organization they are and how it fits in so nicely with what we're doing. And that's what we really want to just make it a community thing in so many ways. We get community music teachers to teach. It's not just me. We have many teachers, Sean Eisenberg, Melissa Karen, who teach, and then we have many groups, and we all come together and make a big concert. It's just a big pile of fun.
It is the New Hampshire Fiddle Ensemble. And just so you know, if you're interested and you'd like to help out, there is a $925 match that they have on the table right now. So go online now and give, and that will double your donation if you give right now to the New Hampshire Fiddle Ensemble. So Ellen, when you see 5 to 95-year-olds, right, playing, I mean, I'm sure that somewhere along the line, you've come along, a young student has come along, and you're like, oh my God, the talent of this kid. Isn't that amazing that young kids can pick up an instrument sometimes and just, it clicks?
Oh, yeah, it is good. The nice thing too is it's nice to have a place to motivate them, to give them something to practice for, so they really get into practicing this music. And I just love seeing the interrelationships between the older people and the younger people, and they joke around with each other. And the older people talk about how easy the kids are learning stuff, and the younger kids go and help the older people out, or there's older people. We have people who have been playing for 45 years and are string teachers, and so it's all over the map. But we give people a chance, so we might give a first year student, something like this to play on a song. Let me just do this. So and then we might give the more advanced players. But they still fit together. It all fits together. So we can have people playing easy parts, more complicated parts, harmonies, and then people can take solos. And so we work it so everybody's feeling like they're accomplishing something and making good music together.
And could you tell me a little bit about your 95-year-old student? Because I'm wowed by that. You're never too young, never too old, right?
Yeah, well, actually, it's funny. We had this gentleman who was in the ensemble for probably 8 or 9 years. He started playing guitar when he was like 81, and he came and joined the ensemble, and he was with us, like I said, for 8 or 9 years. And he quit because he started his own band, his own blues band.
Wow!
So,
they fly the coop.
But he's
still
very. Yeah, he's still very supportive of us and still ticking. And this year we had he was 87-year-old cello player who had just started playing cello, and we do little small group songs. And this 85-year-old cello player had a couple of young people standing behind him trying to coach him on, playing Eno now, playing Dino.
That's funny.
Awesome.
That's funny.
It was fun.
Oh, Ellen, thank you.
Thank you
so
for
fun.
what you do, and thank you for providing a resource for young and old that want to learn more about the fiddle and the other musical instruments, and most importantly, for promoting and keeping live music alive.
Absolutely.
So thank you for what you do, Ellen.
And thanks to you guys too. What a great job you're doing tonight.
Thank you very much.
You.
Appreciate it. Have a great night.
Such fun.
Thank you.
Yes.
The fiddle is a great instrument. Jordan Terrawasaki, also Mairead Nesbitt, who was with the Celtic Women, who's a New Hampshire resident, by the way.
Yes, she's a talent.
Oh my, it's crazy.
So good.
And Jordan is so good. I think I love bands that have fiddle players.
So that was the New Hampshire Fiddle Ensemble, $925 match. That's a great place to donate because fiddles ain't cheap.
No. No. Complicated little things too.
Yes.
Man,
oh my gosh. Absolutely.
I'm jealous because I always wanted to play. I wanted to play an instrument, and I would love to play the fiddle. You tear it up with the fiddle.
Absolutely.
You go to a rock show. You ever go see the Zac Brown band? Has anybody seen
Yes.
Zac Brown?
Zac Brown's awesome.
Rip it up.
Yeah. No doubt.
Unbelievable.
Yep. Yes. I love it. So again,
Sorry.
more examples. Greg's
get
getting very
excited.
excited about fiddling. So find your passion.
Find
people.
your passion.
Find your
kids.
passion and donate to
the
it.
90-year-old guy, he just said, you know what? I think I'm going to strike out on my own.
That's
I'm
it.
going to start my own
I'm
band.
gonna start a band. I'm going to travel.
I love that.
I'm going to live in a van
I'm gonna
down
try
by the river.
I'm going to try some avant-garde jazz. Is what I'm going to do. I'm 90.
Somebody get me some tight pants.
Yeah,
I got you.
I was in Grand Funk Railroad for about 9 years. We toured. I think I'm going to head out and I'm going to try some real avant-garde stuff.
That's
Really.
it. That
I'm
is
going to
it.
team up with Avicii.
See?
And we're going to go out.
The stuff
and
you
Skrillex. I'm
learn
gonna
watching
do it.
this. This
Yeah.
is why they only hold us to 4 hours, because it gets weird in the fifth hour.
I can't help it. I'm
It
sorry.
gets, that's okay. That's all right. So listen, let's shift gears and show an example of a couple of other great programs that are on the list of 590. Check out this video.
New Hampshire Civic's mission is to promote, to develop, to nurture and maintain an informed and engaged New Hampshire citizenry in the democratic process. We do that through education around our founding documents. We do that by teaching teachers and teaching students the skills that are needed for effective citizenship, as well as the attitudes and dispositions of effective citizenship.
Civics education keeps students and citizens community focused. And I think it provides, at a time in their life when they are really focused on their careers and what are they going to go to college for and what are my individual goals going to be, a reminder of there's this bigger thing than just you that is really important and that requires you to think about more than just yourself.
It's not just the government that you're learning about. You're also learning about communication and working together and how to act in public. I was pretty good at public speaking, but I feel like this made me a lot better at it, and I felt more comfortable talking in front of bigger groups of people.
Civics education really aims to ensure that we have the skills that we can inform and teach with and guide students intergenerationally.
Welcome back, everyone, to New Hampshire Gives. 24 hours of giving going from 5 p.m. today to 5 p.m. tomorrow. 590 nonprofits, amazing stories, and we've got another great one for you right now. So for 28 years, Seacoast Outright has been one of the only resources available to the LGBTQ+ youth in the Seacoast area. Through educational programs, annual Pride celebrations, and youth support groups, the mission has always been to create a safe space for youth to explore topics of gender and sexuality in a welcoming and understanding environment. And we are honored and pleased to have Hershey Hershkop, the Executive Director of the Seacoast Outright in Portsmouth. Hershey, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Did you get that right off our website?
I think so.
That sounded really good.
Did it? How'd I do?
I wrote it.
Really?
I wrote it myself.
I don't know. I have to. That's better than I could have done. So
I
I'm
wrote it,
impressed.
and I wrote that as all my own words.
Nicely done.
Thank you very much. That's it. So Hershey, tell us a little bit more about what you do and how all of this program got started.
Actually, it got started in 1993 right down the street at UNH.
No kidding.
There's an organization called PFLAG, Parents, Friends of Lesbians and Gays. It started, I think, in the late 70s. They've been around for a very long time.
Okay.
One of the first real sort of LGBTQ groups around.
Right.
And it was really a support group, right? Parents and Friends of. And they really saw this deep need, and they put together a conference at UNH. It included not just educators, but ministers and parents and concerned citizens, and out of that came us. So they decided that really there was this deep unmet need for LGBTQ kids in this area, and that they were going to provide it. And we've been doing that ever since. We serve, support, and advocate for LGBTQ youth in actually not only the Seacoast area, but all over New Hampshire at this point, and York County, Maine, and northeastern Massachusetts as well.
I know that there are still there's still a ways to go, right? I know there's still a ways to go, but we are moving in the right direction, right? I mean, are we?
Yes.
We are.
Well, you know, if you'd asked me a few years ago, it would have been probably better.
Right.
But, you know, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, maybe at this very moment. So there's been some disappointing setbacks, obviously, politically. But, you know, in some ways, New Hampshire has been really great.
Right.
Governor Sununu signed into law anti-discrimination laws a few years ago. It's easy to get, you know, your name changed if you're transgender. Things like that are very good. But, you know, if we want to get deep into what's going on, into politically what's going on, then I would say, you know, there's, we just had a great victory against a bill called HB 1431. It's a parents' rights bill, but really what it would have done is out kids to their parents without their consent. So it's sort of this backdoor to basically giving, you know, homophobia free rein in schools, where a guidance counselor, a teacher, a coach, if a student had come out to them and had confided, and maybe this was the only adult they trusted, that adult would have to turn around and call the parents and tell them. And that is so forbidden in our community. Our community is very strict around when you come out, who you come out to. That is your decision and your decision only. And it would have been incredibly harmful to our kids. So it was defeated in the House of Representatives, thank goodness, by about 5 votes. And Governor Sununu was willing to veto it. He'd come out against it. But, you know, I'm sure we're going to see it next year. So, and you know, the message that gives our kids is really disheartening, right? In that, you know, the Seacoast is a very liberal area. It's very caring in a lot of ways, right? There's a lot of great stuff that goes on. But then stuff like this happens. You know, and the message to our kids is, you know, we don't care about you, you don't count. And, you know, many of our kids already have higher rates of anxiety, depression, and trigger warning here, suicidality. And this kind of bill would just drive those numbers right up, I'm sure.
This process, this coming out, I think about it as no matter where you are in the age spectrum, to do something like that, it is such an important moment in one's life. It is got to be terrifying, a bold moment, because ultimately you're making this statement about who you are and hoping, if not praying, if not expecting, to just be supported. How are we doing as a community in New Hampshire with supporting our friends?
Well, you know, I don't have stats, but anecdotally I'd say, you know, a lot of the kids we see are brought there by parents. They're very supportive parents. We have a parent support group in addition to the 2 youth groups we run each week. On the other hand, you know, I get calls all the time from kids who are looking for support and help, and they don't live in very nice homes. They don't live in homes where they're supported at all. In fact, they're fairly hostile homes. We have a kid in a shelter right now in Portland who, you know, 16 years old, not a street kid, not a kid who's really going to be able to survive out there, but walked away because his home was so awful. And he couldn't be himself, and he was told he was going to hell. He was told that the whole family was going to hell because of him. They refused to use pronouns. Oh, and I'm sorry, I did that thing where I didn't introduce my pronouns. I'm she, her,
Right.
hers. I'm sorry. Yeah, I always forget. Model good behavior.
That's all right. You got it.
You
nailed it.
So, and, you know, this kid is, you know, just trying to take care of themselves and be who they are.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what is so disheartening, right? Is that it's not a lifestyle choice. This is just so deeply ingrained in who they feel they are. And, you know, it's not for any of us to tell them. And, you know, maybe it changes, maybe it doesn't. Chances are it doesn't. And they're trying to figure this out. And then the people who should be there loving them, supporting them, and getting through this difficult time is just not there.
What's your message to people when they come through the door?
You be you. That's our tagline.
You be you.
You be you.
So when somebody comes to you in that situation, right? Because you know, I think for reasonable people, it's unfathomable to do anything other than love them. And I love you, whatever. You know, yeah, be you. You
Boy,
be
I
you.
hope you have kids and they come out.
He does.
No,
He's got awesome kids.
No, I want to know what it's like for you when you help somebody navigate those waters, and they come in, and those are rough waters that they're in, and you help them find their way to smoother waters. What's that like?
Well, you know, that's a win, of course.
Right.
And I've been at my job, I think this is my 4th year now. So I've managed to see some kids through, you know, some rough teenage years and see them go off to college, for example, or get a job, or really thrive.
Right.
And, you know, I think, you know, we all talk about the turmoil of teenage years, and, you know, sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. But for our kids, you know, there's this added stressor, right? That, you know, they all get bullied in school, and, you know, they need a lot of support, and maybe during COVID they haven't had their peer community to help them, and maybe their parents are supportive or not. But, you know, getting them through teenage years, to me, is like our major goal. And then I think, you know, after that, they do much better, right? That a lot of stuff evens out.
So you primarily focus on youth.
Yeah, we, generally speaking, you know, our age range is middle school, high school. There's clamoring by our parents group to add an elementary school age group, which I think we're going to do, because there are a lot of kids who are transgendered who are really starting to figure it out very early. And they really need a group. They need to talk among themselves and have support, and people going through what they're going through. So.
Right.
It's important to note that June is Pride Month, and you're hosting a number of events, including something on June 25th. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, June 25th is Pride. That is our big Pride Day. It's our sort of national holiday that we have once a year. It's very celebratory, but also it is still, for me at least, personally, a protest march. Our kids love it. It's their big day of the year. They can really get out there, wear what they want, be who they are, really, you know, let it fly. And we've been doing it for 8 years. This will be our 8th year, and we've really stepped it up. I'll give you a little preview. So we gather in Market Square at noon.
Okay.
We step off at 12:30, and this year we get to march down State Street. The city of Portsmouth has been incredibly good to us, and we're going to go right down State Street. So, you know, visibility is really important, right? This is a statement. So we're going to head that way. We got the leftist marching band to lead us off. We've got a little percussion group from Portsmouth High School who shows up. And then we head down to the field at Strawberry Bank Museum. They host us every year. This year we're having a beer tent. I'm very excited about that.
Awesome.
Throwback Brewery will be there with their beer. And we've really beefed up our main stage. You know, we really wanted to go a little more, you know, we're a little grassrootsy, right? I like to say we're a tiny organization with a mighty mission.
Right.
But, you know, on the other hand, you know, we could do better. So we threw some money at it, and we have a great headliner. Mary Lambert will be there.
Great.
I'm 63, so I can't say, you know, I have listened to her now. Now I know who she is, and I'm really excited about it. Many people under 30 are really, really excited about it.
You're always learning.
Somebody in a meeting today said, you know, is it the Mary Lambert? And I said, yes, we have the Mary Lambert coming. So I'm like, yes.
Right.
So, and we have a few other great acts, and also we, you know, the mayor's going to open the event for us on the main stage, and we have Congressman Chris Pappas always speaks for us. We'll have an update on what's going on politically in New Hampshire. And each year we pick a community partner. In October, when we had a sort of our little abbreviated Pride event, Black Lives Matter, Seacoast was our partner. This time we're having Big Brothers Big Sisters New Hampshire. We have a partner program with them called PRISM, where for kids in rural New Hampshire who really need more support and can't get it and can't get to a meeting, and can't find anything online and maybe are really in the closet can get a big.
Right.
And so we refer them to Big Brothers Big Sisters, and we also help recruit the bigs to be a sympathetic or empathetic mentor for them.
It's great. It's great what you're doing.
And that's, I mean, empathy is the key to it all.
Empathy,
right? Is the key to it all. And I hope, it's always been my hope, that we continue to move. I mean, I know there's going to be setbacks, but I hope we continue to move in a positive direction where we can accept everybody as they are.
Amen.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah,
Thank you
Hershey
for what you
Hirschkopf,
do.
thank you so much for what you're doing with Seacoast Outright.
Nice to meet you.
It's great. And
Thank
best
you.
of luck on the 25th. Sounds like a great day.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great to see you. Yep, you are clear. She's clear. we don't have a lot of formal and aggressive stage direction around here. We just do what we do.
We're winging it, is what he's saying, for the most part. It's okay. It's all right. It's almost 9 o'clock. We're winging it.
That's it. We are. We're coming. So we're coming down the home stretch of what we're doing until 9 o'clock. But this will continue on all night long on nhgives.org, and then we'll be back again tomorrow mid-afternoon, around 3ish, I think, to close things out in the last couple of hours.
Yeah, we will. But until then, there's a lot of work to be done.
Lots.
I look at the number on the screen, which the screen to the camera is a little bit to the left. I'm not going to look at it. I'm just going to look at you. Okay,
I'm checking it out.
Because
It's
you're
a
the
great
one
number.
that's moving the screen.
Big number.
But it's a big number with a long way to go. So we still have a day to go. Tomorrow, again, to reiterate what we've already said, if you've been watching this for hours, you've heard us say the same thing multiple times over and over again. But please do reach out to your friends. Let somebody who doesn't know about this event and doesn't know that there are 590 organizations, nonprofits that need help, reach out and let them know that it's here. Because maybe there's a cause amongst those 590 nonprofits that they care about, that they'd like to give to.
I love it.
Let them know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we've tried to intersperse videos that we have along with some of the live types of interviews that you've seen both online and in person here at the studio. And just no shortage of great stories and great causes.
Sure, absolutely. We've also, we've talked about fiddling. We've talked about everything. I mean, we've talked about culture and history and health issues and LGBTQ issues and all these different things throughout the course of the night, and the arts. And here's a couple of, well, one of them is actually, we want to play a little bit of video that's going to give you a slight peek at the New Hampshire Theater Project and the New Hampshire Children's Trust, just a couple of other organizations that can benefit from your donation. Let's take a look.
I'm small, I'm little. Most people say you look like you're in first grade, but I heard something deep inside that says you're tall, the tallest fine, so I know who I am inside, and I don't care.
Welcome back to New Hampshire Gives, and the New Hampshire Children's Trust, one of the two that was featured there, does amazing work. You may recall that we had a conversation with Stephanie from the Family Resource Center in the Claremont region. The New Hampshire Children's Trust works with the Family Resource Centers in all 10 counties of New Hampshire to really sort of create that fabric of support, a safety net, if you will, of programs for parents who just need some help, need some understanding, need some direction and guidance. So many thanks to them, and another worthy cause here as we raise funds for 590 different nonprofits.
So many. I mean, and you know, I was just asking the folks that volunteer and arrange, you know, the guests that we've had to talk to tonight. If you've been watching for any amount of time, I don't know how you can't be anything but inspired.
Yeah.
I really don't. I mean, the people that we've met and that we've talked to have been amazing. Every single one of them, and they're 8 or 9, 10 of 590.
Yeah.
590 people in New Hampshire that are working to better the lives of people around them.
It's just great. We have one more story for you, one more to cap it off, and this one just really spoke to my heart. I had an opportunity to do this interview not too many days ago with Holly Rue, who's the Director of Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services in the Greater Nashua Mental Health Department. So, serving the needs of residents of Greater Nashua since 1920. Today, this office offers comprehensive, integrated, whole-person care to nearly 5,000 people. And Greater Nashua Mental Health has a $1,500 match. So, think about that as you're listening to this wonderful interview and conversation I had with Holly Rue.
Hi, Holly. Thank you so much for joining us and talking about the Deaf Services Program through Greater Nashua Mental Health Center. Why don't you take a couple minutes and tell us a little bit about those programs?
Absolutely. Thank you for having us. So I'm coming from Greater Nashua Mental Health, Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services Department. So Greater Nashua Mental Health is one of the mental health centers in the state of New Hampshire, but we are the only program that's statewide for community mental health programs for the deaf and hard of hearing population. So on staff right now, there are 6 deaf people at Greater Nashua Mental Health, and we will have 2 more coming soon. So our team has grown in the past 3 years during the pandemic, with more deaf professionals coming to join the area for working at Greater Nashua Mental Health. So we have a whole team of signing and deaf providers who provide direct mental health services to the New Hampshire deaf and hard of hearing community. We've been here since 1995. And our funder has been the same the entire time. So while we've grown, we've been able to increase the services that we provide to the community. And we're able to travel to meet people in their homes and areas. And we also have been able to figure out technological solutions for meeting virtually during the pandemic. In the past 3 years, we've expanded the scope of our services to include integrated healthcare with community health worker who's deaf. We've also expanded to provide supported employment services with someone who is a qualified signer and experienced in the deaf community. She provides supports to individuals who are looking for a job. So, research shows that the deaf community nationwide, if they need mental health supports, 88% can't get the mental health supports that they need. But that's definitely not true here in New Hampshire. We're above the curve because of the robust team on the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services Department that we have. So that's one thing we've definitely been working to break down that barrier. It's definitely not 88% cannot get services here in New Hampshire. Another statistic is that nationwide, the unemployment rate here Nationwide, the unemployment rate is as high as 48%, and it's worse for people who are deaf or hard of hearing and have mental health challenges. So our goal is to break down all the barriers and provide culturally and linguistically competent mental health services to the community.
This is wonderful, Holly. I'm curious to know, besides the obvious communication challenges for the deaf and hard of hearing, are there unique mental health challenges that these folks face every day?
Yes. Unfortunately, our community is at high risk for trauma and victimization. And also, unfortunately, deaf children, their risk for physical and sexual abuse is as high as 50%. So our goal is to protect our community as much as we can. That's what we see as a lot of trauma. The percentage is pretty high in our community. Also, anxiety. So, for example, 90% of deaf people live and are born with hearing families. So that means that their ability to communicate with their family members is often a big challenge. And there's a lot of communication and linguistic barriers. And it's a significant challenge for parents too, because if they want to communicate with their own children, they have to learn a whole new language. So there's a lot of anxiety related to family and also with growing up in a hearing world.
Obviously, those services you offer are a wonderful, wonderful aid for these folks that have this unique and special ongoing need. Tell me about the successes of your program and what you see as the impact on these folks' lives.
Sure. So since we've implemented our supported employment program, we have been able to effectively support 12 individuals since last fall with looking for jobs and identifying their goals for themselves. And we provide, weekly or daily support for looking for a job through their mental health services here. So that's one really excited thing. One thing we're really excited about for recent implementation. Another thing is we have an on-site primary care here at Greater Nashua Mental Health that we can get a deaf community mental health worker and a community health worker to go to. Because a lot of the time the integrated care or the care for primary versus mental health is separated, but here at Greater Nashua it's integrated care. So they can get physical health care and mental health care at the same time. And then also our ability to hire deaf mental health professionals has grown, which also means that there's a higher demand for services for our deaf professionals here on the job. And it just keeps going up. So we're looking to expand our ability to provide access on the job, including staff interpreters. We need one more. And then the second thing we're looking to expand is our ability to provide crisis solutions that match the state's 988 rapid response approach. So we're just trying to think of ideas for what we can do for the deaf and hard of hearing community and exploring options for that right now.
You are doing amazing work, Holly Rowe, on the Deaf Services team from the Greater Nashua Mental Health Center, and you've just laid out a very impressive to-do list. Clearly, there's a need for some resources. What is your basic pitch to our audience to ask them to invest in what you do every day?
So things that your donation will help with is expanding our deaf and hard of hearing services and resources that we can provide to the deaf and hard of hearing community. And that could include creating a position for an interpreter or creating solutions for crisis response. And that's mostly those two things are our current needs right now. So
That's wonderful. Well, Holly, thank you for all that you do. Many thanks to our ASL translator, Kelly, who's off camera, that helped us with this conversation. But thank you for your eloquence, Holly. Thank you for this work and for enlightening us, because I feel many people don't know much about this program and need to know about it. So thank you for shedding some light on it.
Thank you for having us.
She was adorable. Thank you, Holly, and thank you for all that you're doing for those who are deaf or hard of hearing with those services out of Nashua. So it's just wonderful. And we are joined as we close this first segment out.
Same person we started it with,
Yeah,
Scotty.
you know, we like to bring things full circle around here with New Hampshire Gives. Kathleen Reen from the Center for New Hampshire Nonprofits is back with a couple of closing thoughts. How are we doing so far?
Oh, I think we're great. I think you guys talked about it, right? Just how much of a bright light, all of these stories.
It's great.
I mean, how can you not be inspired by listening to all of the people that we've had here tonight and knowing that each one of them is making a huge impact on so many lives?
You structured a great program, and many thanks to you and to Deborah Clark, obviously to Mary Jo Brown and to Kristen Oliveri and to this entire team here at NHPBS to help us launch this out of the gates and get 4 hours deep. And look at this, we're almost at $1.2 million with 522 of the 590 organizations registered already receiving a donation of some sort.
And Kathleen, you just mentioned how, you know, all of these people, these, you know, bright lights, you know, throughout the state of New Hampshire that are helping people. I think one of the important things to remember is when you do the work that they do, you can affect the life of one person, but really you're affecting so many more than that.
Yeah.
It's like a spider web that just sort of stretches out, that every life that they touch becomes, you know, eligible to learn what they've learned or benefit from what they received or what they got from a nonprofit. And it's kind of like this ripple effect, right? That I know that all of these things deal with one-on-one, person-to-person type things, but what they get from the nonprofits goes farther than 1, 2, 3, 4 people. It goes way farther than that. It spreads into families and friends and social circles, and that kind of work is truly, you know, God's work.
It's great. It's so
Really
impactful.
is.
It's great.
And so many nonprofits collaborate with one another, and they are looking at sort of larger systems issues as well.
Right.
So in addition to helping the clients directly, many organizations are really fighting for change. You know, we heard that as well today.
Right.
It's a great. So before we let you go, as we are signing off here in just a couple minutes, what can people expect over the course of the next few hours of New Hampshire Gives?
Well, you know, we've talked about it, where nhgives.org is open for business all night long. We have at 6:03, there's a prize for somebody who gives at 6:03, and some other things happening overnight as well.
Great.
Yeah, and I know that many different nonprofits have structured different incentives as well. So,
That's
you know, there's
awesome.
lots of stuff that will keep on happening.
We love it.
And that ticker will keep going as long as people keep donating.
Good.
Right.
We're loving it. Well, thank you so much, Kathleen. We appreciate you. Thanks to the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits to putting this on once
Nice
again
work.
this year.
Don't
It's
forget the bonus
a
pool.
flying success.
You can contribute to the bonus pool.
That's right.
Yep.
That is it. So that's it for us for now. We will be back in the mid-afternoon tomorrow to begin to wrap things up in the final few hours of nhgives.org. And don't forget, spread the word. I know so many of you are watching, and thank you for that. You know, share it with friends, with people that may not necessarily be paying attention but would want to give to something like this. And thank you so much for joining us.